Good evening, fellow members of all three local authorities, Tendring District Council, Colchester City Council and Essex County Council, plus their and our officers, and not forgetting the public and the press. Welcome. We have a very large agenda tonight. We had 15 speakers, we now have 19. I will be very tight. I will have to be very tight on time allowed per speaker. I normally let you speak out, but I won't be able to do tonight because we're going to be here for a minimum of 3.5 hours, I estimate, maybe even longer, and I want to try and cut that back a bit. Since publication of this document, we have received a memorandum of understanding signed by all three authorities and Latimer Homes vis-à-vis the Link Road. Latimer have further sent on to the committee and relevant officers an update in which they fully commit themselves to the delivery of the Link Road and the infrastructure first approach. This means that we have two more items to add to the recommendations on page 20 of A1. I will read these out at the start of the officers' presentation and before we go to the vote. Apologies for absence and substitutions, please.
None, Chairman.
We have, yes we do. We have,
yes.
Sorry, may I say, for the record, that's Councillor Guglielmi who's unable to make it this evening, and that's our deputised substitute, Councillor Jeff Bray, who is also portfolio for planning at Tendring District Council. Welcome, Jeff. Declarations of interest, do I have any? I can't see any hands, I'll take that as a no. We move on to A1, page 19.
Chairman,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you. You've missed item 2.
Oh, yeah, I always
Minutes
do.
of the last meeting.
Yeah, I always do, yeah. Well, I always take them as read. Sorry, I do apologise. The minutes of the last meeting, may I take those as a true record? Agreed. Is that agreed? Thank you. Anything arising from those minutes? No, thank you very much. I will sign them. I like things. Page 19, we have the development plan document, DPD submission version plan regulation 19. Before us, I will read out the recommendations and the extra recommendations to it. And after this has been given, then I will call for speakers. And the first speaker will be Mr. Russ Edwards of Latimer. Recommendation 1. Notes the contents of this report, which presents the submission version of the plan for the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community, otherwise known as the Development Plan Document, or DPD, Appendix 1. An associated sustainability appraisal, Appendix 2, along with the strategic master plan and other related evidence listed as background documents, which together address the legal requirements of the planning system and the tests of soundness set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, having regard to the comments received in response to the 2002 Public Regulation 18 consultation exercise. 2. Recommends to full council of both Tendring District Council and Colchester City Council that they agree for the above-mentioned submission version of the plan, associated sustainability appraisal and other related evidence to be published for a 6 weeks public consultation with Regulation 19 of the Town and Country Planning Act, Local Planning England Regulation 2012 as amended, and Regulation 13 of the Environmental Assessment of Plans and Programme Regulations, and thereafter submitted to the Secretary of State in line with Regulation 21 of the Town and Country Planning, Local Planning, England Regulation 2012, to begin the process of independent examination. 3. That full council authority is sought for the Garden Community Planning Manager in consultation with the TDC Director of Planning, Colchester City Council Executive Director of Place, and the Chairman and Vice Chairman for the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community Joint Committee to be given delegated authority to make any minor editorial changes in the text and maps in the submission version of the DPD and make necessary updates and additions to the evidence base ahead of their publication for public consultation. 4. Notes the proposed activity for the Regulation 19 submission version plan consultation. 5. Notes the representations received following the cancellation of the joint committee meeting of the 13th of December 2022. The additions now is item 6. Welcomes the completion of the Memorandum of Understanding, which is intended to govern the relationship, collaboration and cooperation between the councils and Latimer in relation to the delivery of both phases of the earliest opportunity for the A120-A133 link road, which will support development of the garden community. And finally, item 7 recommends that the officers from the councils work with Latimer to explore the possibility of entering into an agreement which would detail how the parties would work collaboratively for the duration of the project, delivering the vision for the future of the garden community. Thank you. Mr. Guyver.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'll give the presentation and I'll share that with my colleague, Amy. Matthew, is on the slides. Can the slides be shown on the screens, please? Thanks very much indeed. Well, thank you, Chairman. Good evening, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. The plan to guide development of the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community is ready for the next stage of the formal plan-making process, and it's a critical stage. In July of last year, the committee received an overview of the issues, comments and concerns raised by residents, consultees and other interested parties in response to a first draft of the development plan document. And councillors, you'll recall that we received 193 representations raising 600 matters, but with some fairly notable and common themes. A new submission version of the development plan document is attached at Appendix 1 of your report, starting on page 45 of the printed agenda. This has been revised, having careful regard to the consultation comments, and is informed and underpinned by a substantially updated body of technical evidence, including an updated sustainability appraisal, a strategic master plan, an independent review of the University of Essex requirements for expansion land, and assessment of the character of Crockleford, and further papers on health, transport, infrastructure, phasing and viability. And soon I will ask Amy Lester, our planning manager for the Garden Community project, to walk us through the key aspects of the document itself. But before I hand over to Amy, I'd like to explain the stage of the process that we have now reached and how we got here. So as a reminder, to those perhaps less familiar with the project, the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community proposal forms part of the shared Section 1 local plan for North Essex, and that was formally adopted by the full council at both Tendring and Colchester in 2021. The principle of having a garden community in the broad location shown on the map here is already established, and the focus is now on developing a more detailed planning framework for the area that will identify the proposed land uses across the site and set out further policies that the planning officers and the members of this committee will be applying in the determination of future planning applications. Now, the production of a DPD, Development Plan Document, is actually a specific requirement of the adopted Section 1 local plan, and is a critical piece of the overall jigsaw of plans, strategies, processes and decisions that together will bring about the realisation of this new garden community. And your officers are comfortable that the document before you provides the right level of detail for this stage of the process, but the processes that follow on from the DPD will each add further layers of detail as we get closer to the actual development. We must remember that this community will be developed over 30 or more years, and in that time things will change, the plans will need to be reviewed, and the residents of the new community itself, as it develops, will have an increasingly important say in what happens in future years. The DPDs are subject of the same statutory plan making process as the local plan, which includes evidence gathering, public consultation, an independent examination by a government-appointed planning inspector. And it has to go through that process before it is finalised and formally adopted. and this slide just sets out what those key stages are and the time scales that we're working to. The consultation that took place last year was on a first draft version of the plan, and it included 2 alternative approaches to the spatial layout of the development, and we have since taken the consultation comments into account in producing the new submission version of the plan before you tonight. Councillors, you'll recall that there were 3 matters of particular note in relation to the spatial layout of the garden community that attracted the most significant numbers of comments from residents and other interested parties. Salary Brook and the possibility of development taking place on its sensitive slopes, the approach to development in and around Crockford Heath and Bromley Road, and whether it properly recognised the full extent of the community of Crockford and the special characteristics of the area, and of course the land south of the A133, with a large number of residents expressing their concern about the potential impact of any development in that area. But that's complicated by the very different views that the University of Essex and the lead developers Latimer at that time had on the potential use of that land for development. If I take Salary Brook to start with. So for Salary Brook, having looked more closely at the land in question, your offices and colleagues at the university and Latimer actually all agree with the concerns raised by residents about the potential impact of development extending onto the sensitive slopes. And through further work on the strategic master plan undertaken by our consultants Prior and Partners, which underpins the spatial aspects of the DPD, we've looked for ways that we could protect Salary Brook while still accommodating land for knowledge-based employment within close proximity of the university and the existing knowledge gateway. And we've achieved that by pushing the 8 hectares or so of employment land further east and in a more linear configuration immediately north of the A133, giving clear definition to the proposed Salary Brook Country Park and requiring that park to be delivered with the earlier phases of development. Now, we appreciate that the university had requested that nearer 13 hectares of land be allocated for employment in this location, and that the developers Latimer wanted to see it located south of the A133 rather than to the north. However, your officers are satisfied that the approach that we've taken is justified, both by the updated evidence prepared by our economic consultants Quad, and in trying to achieve a sensible compromise that takes local concerns into account. Turning to Crockford Heath. In response to the concerns raised about development in and around Crockford Heath, we asked Essex Place Services to carry out a character assessment with input and engagement from local residents. That assessment provides a thorough account of the history and key characteristics of the wider Crockford area, which have been taken into account through the work on the strategic master plan and in revising the policies in the DPD. And the outcome is that the core of historic buildings, field patterns, attractive lanes, wooded areas and orchards remain the focus of an area protected for its special character, but this is also now reflected in the positioning of a proposed green corridor extending from Churn Wood up to the A120. And as a consequence, the residential neighbourhood in the Crockford area will be the smallest of the 3 that are proposed, and the average density and the height of development in that area is envisaged to be lower than elsewhere in the garden community. In the infrastructure delivery phasing and funding plan, which forms part of the evidence base, people will also see that it's envisaged that the Crockford neighbourhood would be in the latter phases of the overall development. Turning to the land south of the A133. So the approach to development here has required very careful consideration. Although the land forms part of the local plan allocation and is mainly within the Tendring district, we received a significant number of representations from residents in Wivenhoe objecting to development in that location, particularly concerned about coalescence and the potential that the development could merge with the town of Wivenhoe, but also concerns about impact on its individual identity and character and impacts on the town's infrastructure. You will recall, however, that the university wanted to see more land included in the DPD for its future expansion and saw this as a potential location for a large part of that. and that the lead developers, Latimer, felt that the land south of the 133 needed to be developed for both university expansion and employment to ensure the overall housing requirements could be achieved on the remaining land at appropriate densities. Now, when we reported this issue back in July, we knew that this was likely to be one of the most difficult issues to deal with, and that compromises on all sides of the argument would probably be needed to find a way forward. So to achieve that, we've worked with our master planning consultants and the developers to look very closely at the availability of land for housing development and the appropriate range of housing densities that can be reasonably achieved. And from that exercise, we've managed to determine that circa 7,500 homes can be accommodated at the garden community across an appropriate range of densities, even if we have 8 hectares of knowledge-based employment land north of the A133. We also commissioned Wisher Consulting to carry out an independent review of the university's ambitions for growth and the requirements for land to facilitate it. Now, that's identified that positive expansion can still be achieved without necessarily having to allocate substantial areas of additional land within the garden community over and above what is required by the local plan. However, it would require the university to make more use of its existing campus, reconfiguring land and buildings within it to expand academic facilities and some student accommodation and support facilities. But outside of the campus, land south of the A133 would be well placed to accommodate sports facilities to serve the university and, importantly, the wider community. Whereas additional student accommodation could be delivered within the garden community itself, in and around the neighbourhood centres and elsewhere within the wider city of Colchester. Now, the principal concern amongst residents was about the impact of development on Wivenhoe and the potential for coalescence and sprawl. And through the master planning work and policies in the DPD, we are looking to reinforce the strategic green gap to Wivenhoe to reflect and extend upon the designated coalescence break, which forms part of the Wivenhoe neighbourhood plan, and designating the remaining land for a sports and leisure park with pitches and parkland to the south, and any built facilities and a possible park and choose facility to the north. Now, given the various conflicting pressures, I'd like to think that this is a reasonable outcome that people will at least understand, even if they don't necessarily agree with it. One more spatial matter that I'd like to pick up is around the representation submitted by Olmsted Market Parish Council and other residents requesting that the strategic green gap needed to be extended to run along the eastern side of the garden community all the way to the A120 and around the industrial business park. In particular, there was concern about the impact on the setting of the nearby listed church and other listed buildings, and officers have agreed with that, and the revised DPD does extend the green gap designation accordingly. When the garden community proposal was examined as part of the local plan examination process, the inspector looked very carefully at economic viability. For this garden community, Mr. Clues determined that the proposal was viable, deliverable and therefore sound. To make sure that remains the case, we've had consultants Gerald Eve update the viability evidence to reflect latest costs and values and assumptions derived from the master planning and other evidence-based work. The updated evidence demonstrates that the proposal is still economically viable. Key elements of the infrastructure serving this garden community include the rapid transit system and the A120, A133 link road, for which £99.9 million worth of HIF funding, forward funding, was awarded by the government through Homes England. Now, under the HIF contract, Essex County Council is obligated to use all reasonable endeavours to recover the HIF money from development at the garden community through planning contributions, which will then be reinvested to unlock additional housing growth. But members, you'll be aware that since the HIF funding was awarded, the link road has received planning permission from Essex County Council, but that the changes made to the design in response to the public consultation and the effects of inflation have meant that the estimated cost for the road is now at around £21 million more than was originally envisaged. Now, my colleagues here will be able to elaborate as necessary, but I can report that a resolution has been reached that will ensure a way forward for the development that is economically viable and deliverable. Homes England has agreed to a revised approach to the delivery of the link road, which means that the existing HIF funding can be kept and used to fund a range of works by March 2026, but on the understanding that the developers will provide the funding through developer contributions secured through Section 106 agreements to secure full delivery of the road as early as possible. The updated viability assessment demonstrates that the development can absorb that cost and remain viable without detriment to everything else we're looking to achieve in line with the policies in the DPD. Now, this will reduce the HIF funding that can be recovered to unlock additional housing growth in the wider area, but does not affect the viability of the scheme. As the Chairman mentioned, the developers Latimer have entered into a memorandum of understanding with the councils to confirm their agreement to this approach. And the specific terms of when the link road must be completed in full and how much and what type of development might be permitted to take place beforehand will be the subject of negotiation as part of the Section 106 legal agreements on the first planning applications, and that's ultimately going to be a matter for consideration and determination by this committee. This is fully consistent with the adopted policy requirement, confirmed and set by the planning inspector when he considered Section 1 plan, that no planning applications for the garden community can be determined until funding is in place to ensure delivery of the link road and the RTS. So we have a way forward, but to ensure we don't lose the funding and the infrastructure needed to deliver this new community and all the benefits it will offer to current and future generations, we do need to progress the DPD. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to ask Amy to run through the content of the DPD, and then I'll come back at the end, if that's okay, to just set out the next steps.
Of course, Mr. Guyver. Yes, Lester.
Thank you. Are you able to share the slides on the screen?
Someone.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, just resolving a couple of technical issues.
Yeah, no hurry, no hurry. Take your time. This is far too important to worry about a few minutes.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Off you go, Ms Lester.
So as has already been highlighted tonight, the principle of the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community has been established by way of the adopted Section 1 local plan. Garden communities were amongst a range of options which were considered to deliver housing and employment needs. Due to the scale of development proposed across North Essex and the infrastructure constraints which exist in many of the existing main settlements, a new garden community was considered the most deliverable and sustainable option, providing a major long-term supply of new homes. Policy SP8 of the Section 1 local plan requires that the garden community be holistically and comprehensively planned with a distinct identity that responds directly to its context and is of sufficient scale to incorporate a range of homes, employment, education and community facilities, green space and other uses to enable residents to meet the majority of their day-to-day needs, reducing the need for outward commuting. The submission version plan requires that the garden community be comprehensively planned from the outset, with delivery phased to achieve the whole development, and will be underpinned by a comprehensive package of infrastructure. In consideration of this policy commitment, it's important to remind ourselves about the principles of the garden community model. I'm not going to give you a history lesson, but if we look back at Ebenezer Howard's 20th century urban planning movement, we have the following principles. The best of the town and country, with none of the disadvantages. Transport infrastructure. Interconnected zoning for housing, working, agriculture, community and shops. And long-term stewardship and community inclusion. The submission version plan before you today bring these principles entirely up to date. The DPD will secure a garden community for the 21st century. Garden communities represent a significant change in the traditional approach to the delivery of major and strategic development. Community is at the heart of the garden community's philosophy, whilst the design principles of garden communities place a firm focus on creating self-contained communities surrounded by green infrastructure and comprising residential, commercial and agricultural zones. At the heart of the DPD, therefore, are the Garden City principles. These are clearly established within the submission version plan and underpin the themes and chapters of the plan. The Garden City principles are a distillation of the key elements that have made the Garden City model of development so successful, articulated for a 21st century context. Taken together, the principles form the framework for the delivery of high-quality places. The garden community will be a holistically planned new settlement which enhances the natural environment and offers high-quality, affordable housing and locally accessible work in beautiful, healthy and sociable communities. The Garden City principles are an indivisible and interlocking framework for their delivery, and they include those that are outlined on the slide in front of you. These are also clearly outlined within the DPD. At every stage of policy development and evidence collection, these principles have been the guiding influence. These principles are also embedded in the overarching strategic vision of the DPD, which states that the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community aspires to become an exemplar and forward-thinking new community in its own right, while resulting in clear benefits to its surrounding area. The new garden community will enable its residents to live healthy, happy, green, sustainable, connected and thriving lifestyles. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a place to live, work and play in a better way. The garden community is an opportunity to create a brand new community in a comprehensively planned way from the start, and the opportunity to embrace and deliver the very best in placemaking for the future. Appended to the agenda pack is the full version of the submission version plan, which as members of the Joint Committee you are being asked to consider alongside the extensive evidence base, and to recommend to the full councils of Tendring District Council and Colchester City Council that it be agreed to be published for the Regulation 19 public consultation and submission to the Secretary of State to begin the process of independent examination. With the principle of a garden community already agreed by way of the adopted Section 1 local plan, this submission version plan contains more detail about the development and the specific requirements that developers will be expected to follow when applying for planning permission and carrying out the development. The submission version plan establishes the detailed policy against which future planning applications for the garden community will be considered. In accordance with the NPPF, it will ensure that development for the area will be genuinely plan-led. It will provide an up-to-date positive vision for the future of the garden community within a framework for addressing housing, economic, social and environmental needs. Without a DPD, Tendring District Council and Colchester City Council will lack the policies that they need to prevent inappropriate or damaging developments. The submission version plan has developed as a detailed and forward-thinking document which has been structured around key vision themes. These themes are nature, building places and character, economic activity and employment, community and infrastructure, movement and connections, and sustainable infrastructure. The vision for each theme is supported by strategic principles and objectives, which have been the core guiding elements taken forward within the strategic master plan process, which as part of the evidence base has supported the plan development. The chapters of the DPD follow these identified themes. Policy 1 of the DPD addresses land use and the spatial approach to development. Shown here is the Strategic Illustrative Framework Master Plan. Maps from the master plan have been included throughout the submission version plan, linked to each of the chapters and themes of the document. It is important to note, however, that the strategic master plan provides only an illustrative vision of how the garden community could come forward. Whilst it does not form part of the DPD, it is a key piece of evidence which has been prepared in order to demonstrate that the plan and the policies are sound. Development will be confined to land within the garden community location. As mentioned within the previous presentation by Gary, the garden community location is identified in the Section 1 local plan by way of the broad area of search, and this boundary was taken forward in the draft DPD. The policies map in the submission version plan can be found on page 28 and within Appendix 2 of the submission version plan. This establishes the site allocation boundary, which has been refined on the basis of the evidence that has emerged. Policy 1 requires that development will adhere to the land use parameters as shown on the policies map. I'll bring the policies map up on the next slide, but detailed in front of you here are those identified land uses, which are delivery of around 7,500 new homes, with a range of shops, jobs, services and community facilities, including education. A new Salary Brook Country Park, a Wivenhoe Strategic Green Gap, an Elmstead Strategic Green Gap, a sports and leisure park, approximately 25 hectares of employment land, provision for the rapid transport system, a gypsy and traveller site, and a park and choose facility. These land uses can be seen here. The map, unlike the strategic master plan maps, which are illustrative only, forms part of the DPD. Proposals for development must comply with the policies map and meet the specific requirements of policies elsewhere in the plan and in the adopted Section 1 local plan. Each of the chapters which follow are based on those previously outlined key vision themes and the Garden City principles. Chapter 4 is nature, which includes Policy 2. This chapter sets out the policy expectations in relation to nature and green-blue infrastructure. The natural environment of the garden community will be its greatest asset. Nature will be placed at the heart of the development to contribute towards nature's recovery, to realise the well-being and economic benefits to individuals, and to deliver nature-based solutions. A well-connected, multifunctional green-blue infrastructure network will help to create a community where neighbours can interact, live active lifestyles, and where nature can thrive. Key elements of Policy 2 are a requirement for all development to include extensive green and blue infrastructure, integrating these spaces into the built form of the garden community, the protection of biodiversity and biodiversity net gain, with a minimum of 10% biodiversity net gain and an ambition of 15% across the whole garden community. There will be extensive tree planting, with the retention of existing trees and hedgerows, new street trees, hedgerows, trees in gardens, and new and enhanced woodland. There's a requirement to provide productive landscapes with allotments, orchards, edible walkways, and community gardens provided. There will be sustainable drainage systems and blue infrastructure throughout the garden community. Chapter 5 is Buildings, Places and Character, which includes Policy 3, Place Shaping Principles, and Policy 4, Meeting Housing Needs. This chapter sets very high expectations for how the garden community will create unique, distinctive buildings and neighbourhoods, whilst still respecting existing character and visual amenity. The garden community will be inclusive and accommodate a diverse range of households, meeting a range of housing needs, and will provide a mix of different housing sizes and types to meet the needs of differing groups. Key elements of Policy 3 are the requirement to create unique and distinctive places with excellence in design quality and designing out crime, extremely high internal and external amenity standards with development meeting or exceeding the nationally prescribed space standards and being of an exemplary standard of design. Furthermore, all new residential development must provide outdoor amenity space that is intrinsic to the design of the development with the opportunity for growing food. All new development must also enhance the historic environment or better reveal the significance of heritage assets. All residential development must ensure an appropriate mix of dwelling size, type and tenure, with at least 30% of all new homes being affordable housing. All new dwellings must be built to adaptable and accessible standards, with 10% of market and 10% of affordable dwellings built to wheelchair user standards. This policy also requires that opportunities will be provided for those who wish to commission or build their own home via self and custom build plots. Chapter 6 and Policy 5 sets the high expectations for ensuring that residents of the garden community have access to a range of opportunities for employment, education and training across a variety of sectors, with the aim of achieving a minimum of one job per household, either close to home or within a sustainable commuting distance. There will be a balance of jobs and homes, along with the creation of a new business park and knowledge-based employment site. Further employment uses will be accommodated within the neighbourhood centres, and all new homes will require an innovative approach to home working with the highest standard of broadband access provided. Chapter 7 is Community and Social Infrastructure, which includes Policy 6. This chapter contains the requirements for ensuring the garden community is served by community services and facilities of the right type in the right location, including schools and sports facilities, as well as access to health services, and how the development will incorporate measures to encourage inclusive, healthy and happy lifestyles. Key elements of Policy 6 are the provision of community buildings and spaces throughout the 3 neighbourhoods, education, early years and childcare facilities, including 1 or 2 secondary schools, up to 5 primary schools with co-located early years and childcare facilities, and at least 7 new standalone early years and childcare facilities. extensive sports, recreation and open space facilities throughout the garden community area. A new health and wellbeing hub with further flexible space for health provision located within neighbourhood centres and community buildings. This policy also requires the establishment of stewardship principles, which is one of the key Garden City principles which I outlined earlier. Agenda item 6 and report A2, which will be presented by my colleague Christopher Downs, will elaborate on this area further. Chapter 8 is movement and connections, which includes policy 7. The key objectives and principles for the garden community are to ensure neighbourhoods are walkable, low traffic and livable, where residents can access most of their daily needs within a 20-minute walk or safe bike ride from their home. The garden community will be designed and built in a way that reduces the need to travel, especially by car, and enables new ways of working and service delivery that supports remote working and digital solutions by making it easier for people to access services locally or by digital means. This policy requires that proposals for the garden community be designed with active travel, high-frequency public transport and the RTS route at its core. There will be a network of high-quality walking and cycling routes that are accessible, logical, convenient, safe and secure. All dwellings and employment sites will be within 400 metres of a bus stop or an RTS halt, and there will be segregated public transport routes. The policy details ambitious and achievable modal share targets, which will be facilitated by a park and choose facility, cycle parking and bike hire schemes, car clubs and mobility hubs. The garden community will be designed to integrate with the link road. Development will promote walking, cycling and horse riding connectivity throughout the site and beyond. In order to achieve filtered permeability, the garden community will restrict vehicular connectivity except for public transport and emergency vehicles between the neighbourhoods. Walking, cycling and public transport will be more convenient and quicker than using a private car. Chapter 9 is sustainable infrastructure. The policy within this chapter sets the aspirations and expectations for creating a garden community fit for the future and which embraces the garden community principles and incorporates measures aimed at tackling climate change, minimising carbon emissions and climate change adaptation. The garden community will make living sustainably easy for its residents. Green infrastructure and building solutions will be integrated from the outset. This policy requires that all buildings must be net zero carbon in operation and achieve net zero operational energy balance on site. There will be renewable energy solutions inbuilt with solar PV and either air or ground source heat pumps installed on every building where feasible. This policy also encourages the development of a district heating network for the garden community, and all buildings must include water efficiency measures and seek to achieve water neutrality. The garden community is an opportunity to address the climate emergency through high-quality design and placemaking, by designing climate change mitigation and adaptation measures in at an early stage and encouraging behavioural change. The final chapter and policy of the submission version plan is infrastructure delivery and impact mitigation. Planning and delivering the required infrastructure is at the heart of sustainable development for the garden community. This policy requires that proposals must demonstrate that the required infrastructure to support the development will be delivered in a timely and, where appropriate, phased manner. This will provide the opportunity to address infrastructure needs, maximise the efficient use of existing infrastructure capacities and explore opportunities for new sustainable infrastructure. Thank you.
Chairman, if you're happy for me to just finish off.
I am indeed, Mr. Guyver. Thank you very much, Ms. Lester.
Thank you, Ms. Lester. So, councillors, Chairman, in line with the planning regulations, this new submission version of the plan is ready to be published for one more round of consultation with the public and other interested parties. However, this time round, following the close of the consultation, the plan, or the evidence in support of the plan, and all of the comments received through the consultation will be submitted to the Secretary of State, hence the term, the submission version. The Secretary of State will then appoint a planning inspector whose job will be to check that the councils have followed the legal and procedural requirements of the planning system and to test that the DPD is sound, having regard to the requirements of national planning policy, the evidence in support of the plan, and comments received through the consultation. With that in mind, when we go out to consultation this time round, we'll be encouraging people to comment specifically on the legal compliance and soundness of the plan. Now, of course, people will be free to make whatever comments they wish, but because it will be the inspector who will be considering their comments as part of the examination process, it will assist the inspector in doing their job if people's comments focus on those matters. Now, as we know from our experience of the local plan examination, the inspector might identify issues with the plan where changes or improvements can be made, and the plan making process is designed to enable that to happen if necessary. So the advancement of the DPD is critical to the overall timeline for the project. And I think we've got a slide, Amy, if you're able to share that final slide, which will, if you've got the paperwork, you'll see it in your packs. There we go, thank you. So it's critical to the overall timeline for this project and the substantial public and private investment that we're looking to secure. So here's an overview how the progression of the DPD to adoption dovetails with the submission and determination of planning applications and the first homes on the ground in 2026. So progressing the DPD to the consultation and submission stage will require the blessing of this committee and a full council decision at both Tendring and Colchester. Tendring is meeting on the 2nd of March, Colchester is meeting on the 23rd of March, and it requires a full council decision from both as the local planning authorities. And with that in mind, Chairman, we've already gone to the recommendation earlier on, and your officers will be more than happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guyver. Thank you again, Ms. Lesser. Excellent presentation. I will now public speaking, and we've got 17 speakers. You have 3 minutes each, and as previously mentioned, please keep to that. I've asked the officers to respond to your questions, queries, comments, and I've also asked them to be succinct but not terse. So on that basis, may I call Mr. Russ Edwards, Project Director of the TCB-GC for Latimer and Clarion Housing Group. Good evening and welcome, Mr. Edwards. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for the invitation to speak, Mr. Chairman. I will also be speaking under Agenda Item 6 to reinforce Latimer's commitment to estates management and stewardship. My comments here will therefore not fully reference stewardship matters. Firstly, can we offer our congratulations to the officers on completing the submission version of the DPD. The DPD and its evidence base represents a huge endeavour on behalf of the councils and the community, and we believe provides a sound basis from which Latimer and Mersey Homes can bring forward a planning application for the new community. The committee will appreciate that the volume of information provided in support of the DPD is such that our detailed review remains ongoing. However, we are very encouraged by the progress made since the Regulation 18 stage, including the Council's responses to the numerous representations received from a range of stakeholders, including ourselves. Latimer remain extremely supportive of the vision and ambitions described, and we are fully committed to delivering these aspirations at this new community. We look forward to continuing engagement with officers and members over the coming period, both in relation to the DPD and our representations at this important stage, but also the design activity leading to our hybrid planning application to be submitted next year. We appreciate that there may be concerns among the members in relation to the A133-A120 link road. I can confirm that Latimer is entirely committed to the full delivery of the link road and that we have been supporting ECC in their discussions with DLUC and Homes England over recent months, with whom we are strategic partners. To be clear, we accept this commitment is likely to include financial contributions through our planning application should other funding sources fail to materialise. Furthermore, we understand the urgency that members and indeed communities feel towards full delivery of the road at the earliest opportunity. Again, we expect to proactively engage with officers and yourselves over the coming months to agree how Latimer can support this ambition. These commitments are described in a memorandum of understanding between Latimer and the councils, which I can confirm was signed last week by our Group Director of Development, Richard Cook. Lastly, I wanted to convey our excitement for the period ahead of us. We have assembled a world-class team of design and technical consultants to start developing an exemplary master plan for this new place, building on the council's work to date. A master plan that is built on Garden City principles and prioritises healthy lifestyles, active transport, mixed tenure and multi-generational communities. A master plan that is both infrastructure and landscape-led, that will drive innovation from the outset and promote and foster new businesses through a spirit of innovation. A master plan where, to quote Margaret Heffernan, success is measured across 2, 3, 4 generations by the impact and legacy left for children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And it is on this basis that we hope this evening you will support the DPD and recommend it to both Tendring District and Colchester City Councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Did officers wish to make any comment? No comment then. That's okay. So I call Sir Bob Russell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to congratulate all involved in this heavy document. I don't agree with the development, but that decision has been made. The loss of agricultural food production land is not something that I could support, but we are where we are. I just want briefly to ask members to look at page 80 and the map there. And it was either the last meeting or the meeting before last, I can't remember when it was now, there was heavy criticism of the university's northern gateway jumping over the A133 onto land clearly visible at Salary Brook. I'm just seeking clarification, Chairman, because the colour schemes at the key at the bottom don't necessarily all tally up. Perhaps it's the way they've been printed, I don't know. But can I seek confirmation that where you have the employment uses opposite the university, none of that is on the Salary Brook slopes? Can we have that minuted and confirmed? Because my concern is that the university would still like to jump over the A134 onto that land. So if it's clearly defined that land, nothing on the Salary Brook slopes will be built on, visible from Longridge and Grinstead Estate. Because looking at this map, the urban coalescence between urban East Colchester, up the hill, on the farmland, towards Elmstead Market, there's not much space that's not going to be built on. So if I have that assurance, and my only request, Chairman, on top of that is that where you've got the green of woodland as opposed to ancient woodland, that can be thickened up at the earliest possible moment so as there's an even greener barrier for people looking out from Grinstead and Longridge Park along the whole lot. So with the assurance of nods around the head that people living at Grinstead, people living at Longridge Park, when they look eastwards as they do now, they will not have any urban intrusion on their sight line. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Sir Bob. Would you like to say that, Mr. Guyver?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sir Bob. So we can confirm that the allocation of land for development is not on the land which forms part of the slopes of Salary Brook. In terms of intervisibility between Grinstead and the development, what we would use is the existing natural landscape to maximise the ability to screen the development from that area. But of course, when the applications come forward to the committee in due course, we can make sure at that time, looking at the detail of heights and design, what the impact on those areas are. So that will be something that we'll have to look at the next stage, but for now I'm happy to confirm that the allocated land for development is off of those slopes.
It's a pleasure, Sir Bob. Thank you very much. May I call Councillor Rick Andrew, please, of Wivenhoe Town Council? Sorry, if we do start reading works whilst we're working, we're not concentrating on other things. Thank you very much. You're very welcome to speak to those notes. So.
Right. Okay, I'll be as quick as possible. I share my colleagues' concern about impact of Wivenhoe on a large new town of 17,000 people, but as a transport professional, I'm even more concerned about the impact on Colchester. Colchester, whose already saturated roads, will not cope with another 2,000 or 3,000 vehicles in the AM peak. In November, we had actual gridlock. So to provide network resilience going forward, we need to reduce driving into Colchester by 20%. The master plan said GC will have a walk and cycle network with rapid transit within the site. That's the easy bit. That's fine. But we're not building another campus where students live, work and play within their bubble. Most Newtown residents will commute to work or school. University expansion is a completely separate issue which has very little to do with developing a new town. I suggest each should be the separate subject of a separate development planning process, pretending they are somehow linked to skewed all the thinking behind current plans. For example, why should phase 1 be the south neighbourhood? Which neighbourhood will cause the most congestion? The south. Which neighbourhood will be nearest the business park? The north. Phase 1 does not need to be right next to the university. Why not build the north first? That would give us more time to construct a proper rapid transport system and a cycle network. So let's have a look at the evidence. Part 1, mode share targets, admits the aspirations, always a red flag word, are radically different to the existing travel patterns and warns a minimal intervention in sustainable transport and rapid transit could mean targets are undeliverable. Currently, only 4% use buses and only 4% cycle. Yet, based on little more than a vision, the ambitious targets is for 27% of hinterland journeys to be active travel. That would put Colchester up there with Amsterdam, which I'd love to see as a cyclist, but even the unambitious target of 20% is a huge challenge, as it says. None of the existing cycle routes provide direct access to town centre, university, Greenstead, Hythe, etc. Even if you cancelled road building, as the Welsh have just done, and reallocated the entire budget to cycling, you would struggle to deliver an extensive network of high-quality cycle routes by 2026. So, how about public transport? For public transport, the hinterland target is a really unambitious 17%. The target for trips over 5 miles is just 10%. These are key targets which must be higher. The lack of existing high-quality walk and cycle public transport links, these are all quotes, means the majority of trips will be made by private car unless there's significant investment in non-car modes. More thought and more investment is needed in all forms of public transport, not just buses. Trams, light rail and mainline services are also needed. Trams have cut driving into Croydon by 40%. Buses are not an attractive alternative to most car drivers. Pretending a bus...
Andrew, you've had your 3 minutes. I'll allow you 1 more minute, then I will stop you.
Thank you. Rail travel is more sustainable, so why are there no proposals for a new improved rail service? Manningtree Main Line runs past the north of the site, and Newtown, the size of Harwich, surely warrants a new rail station. A big concern about the evaluation by Jacobs is that they failed to evaluate the existing of running trams into St Botolph's on the existing rail lines. That should be looked at again, I believe. Okay, I will jump to conclusion. For city cycling just 2 or 3 miles should be attractive, but cycling up Clingo Hill on a dark winter's evening around two sides of a triangle is not going to appeal to many people. Cowdrey Avenue has 3 dangerous roundabouts, take cyclists away from the town centre. So neither of those options are particularly attractive either. So if I've learnt one thing from 20 years working in sustainable transport, is that half-hearted attempts to persuade car drivers the alternatives are doomed to failure,
I'm going
really.
to have to stop you. I'm very
Okay.
sorry.
But
What I suggest, sir, is you give your papers to the officers, or to Mr. Ford. Thank you very much.
I will.
And then they will be circulated. Thank you
Yeah.
very much indeed.
I'd just like to conclude by saying...
No, I've said no.
Okay.
I've given you more than enough time, and the others could quite rightly say they would like that. So it's unfair
Fine.
on others. Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Guyver.
Chairman, if you don't mind, if my colleague Ashley Heller has any
No,
comments.
of course not. Yes, please, Mr. Haller.
Yep, thank you. Absolutely recognise the points that you've made in terms of the ambition around the modal share. The information that's been presented within the document is based on an extensive research around similar communities and opportunities, and also based on a likely trajectory around the demographics within the community itself and likely future travel patterns. It's also important to remember that accompanying the evidence around the modal share is also an updated evidence base around the infrastructure delivery plan, which sets out a range of infrastructure interventions that we believe are required in order to achieve these high modal shares. And obviously the phasing of those infrastructure interventions are very much based around introducing infrastructure-led development, ensuring that we have the quality of service in the RTS in the early stages of development, and also focusing on both links within the development itself, but also the wider network in terms of buses and also cycling and walking infrastructure. So we are conscious that this is obviously a very ambitious set of targets, but we believe that if the Garden Community Principles are achieved, not just in a transport context, but also as Ms Lester mentioned, in terms of the approach to the development in general, including employment and also walkable neighbourhoods within the development itself, we believe that these are attainable objectives. Finally, in terms of the RTS, the RTS has been subject to significant development in terms of looking at the viability of a service, viability of infrastructure. As we've set out within our RTS strategy, we believe it's the start of a very ambitious and long-term transformation of public transport quality within Colchester, and we absolutely believe that it can create a series of high-quality links, not just to the RTS as currently defined, but across the wider network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heller. Thank you again, Councillor. Professor Jane Black, resident of Wivenhoe, speaking on behalf of Wivenhoe Society, please. Good evening, Professor, and welcome.
Good evening. As a general comment on the DPD and the Strategic Master Plan, is that it's insufficiently detailed with respect to location of different sorts of development and with respect to the timing of the delivery of housing and of local infrastructure. Now, as I've only got a short time, I'm going to focus on issues relating to the A133 from the Wivenhoe perspective. Journey times by car going from Wivenhoe to Colchester are already highly variable, and there are often long delays. The adopted Part 1 of the local plan requires that funding has been secured for the A133, A120 link road. And we now hear that there's a change in the proposal that only part of this should be developed initially, despite the fact that the local plan, well, the principles of garden communities is that infrastructure should be put in place first. The previous modelling of the traffic flows generated by the garden community assumed that the link road would be in place. And so it needs to be remodelled to discover what the effect of only having a partial link would be on traffic flows. Part 2 of the traffic evidence concentrates on mitigation measures for traffic on the A133, but these relate primarily to supporting sustainable travel. Various maps, though not the policies map, show additional pedestrian cycle crossings of the A133 on the stretch between running adjacent to the garden community down to Clingo Hill, possibly as many as 5. These would inevitably slow the traffic flows. The possibility of providing a few pedestrian cycle bridges across the A133 rather than the suggested tiger crossings should be considered. The DPD text and the policies maps do not make it entirely clear as to the proposed use of the land to the south of the A133. The suggestion appears to be that some of this could eventually be used for a park and choose site. Given the rapid transport route proposed is to the north of the A133, this would require RTS users to cross the A133. And a sports pub is also shown to the south, and this would in turn require people wanting to use it to cross a dual carriageway. All of this would cause delays on the A133 unless access was by a bridge.
You've had your 3 minutes, Professor. May I ask you to sum up, please?
Well, basically, that we need to have much more detail about what is actually proposed in order to be able to judge the merits of the plan, particularly those aspects relating to the effects on the A133.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Guyver.
Thank you very much. And I can sympathise with the view that people would like to see more of the detail. But I think, as I explained earlier, the DPD is another piece of the jigsaw that gets us nearer to where we need to be in terms of the realisation of the project. And the stages that follow add to the detail as you go through. But in terms of the more technical element, perhaps, I mean, whether Mr. Everson or Mr. Heller have any further comments on the transport aspects.
Thank you, Mr. Heller.
Just to add on,
Mr. Iveson. Sorry.
On 2 points.
Change of hat here.
As you referred to, the funding arrangements for the link road will need to be in place before the planning application is determined, which is a matter that has been agreed to by the parties through the memorandum of understanding. All 4 parties, the 3 councils and the developer, have recognised that certainty needs to be provided when the planning application comes back. And also, as you said, there will therefore need to be very rigorous transport modelling undertaken to ensure that the impact of the development is mitigated through that planning application process. So those matters will be dealt with through the planning application that comes forward.
Thank you, Mr. Iveson. Now we have the Mayor of Wivenhoe, Councillor Tom Kane, please. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. The floor is yours.
Good evening,
and
welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for allowing me to represent the views of Wivenhoe Town Council and Wivenhoe residents as Mayor of Wivenhoe. You won't be surprised to hear we have a number of significant concerns. One, development south of the A133. Wivenhoe must have an adequate green buffer between itself and the garden community to preserve the separate identity of the town. To achieve this and avoid coalescence between Wivenhoe and the new community, no development south of the A133 was the key point made by the majority of respondents to every public consultation. The current plan allows for university development south of the A133. The planned sports park will include 3-storey sports buildings, artificial pitches and floodlit stadiums. There are potentially 5 new crossings and junctions to allow road and pedestrian access to this area for both university students and staff and for residents of the garden community. This will add significantly to already horrendous traffic congestion, which I will move on to shortly. The small remaining green buffer may also be swallowed up by future developments such as cemeteries and allotments against which no guarantees are in place. 2. Transport. Traffic on Clingo Hill, which Wivenhoe residents have to use to get in and out of Wivenhoe, is already horrendous. There was also significant university traffic on this route. The link road could have alleviated some of this. However, with a phased option and funding shortfalls, which I appreciate have been mentioned, for the link road, additional cars from the houses that will be built, and for those accessing the new Knowledge Gateway site will be coming in via the A133 through town. This will create completely unacceptable gridlock. The rapid transport system, which may have alleviated some of this traffic, is in fact a bus that will have priority on only some junctions and a bus lane in limited areas outside of the town centre. There's no stop at Hive Station, and the route to North Station is described as aspirational and not guaranteed. There is also a shortfall in funding for operating the RTS. The RTS will be entirely inadequate, and its very description as a rapid transport system can fairly be described as a bit of a joke. In addition, pedestrian and road access to the planned university development south of the A133 and potentially future green buffer development will inevitably create even more traffic chaos. Why is it even thought to be a good idea to have people crossing the A133 to access sports facilities? Finally, current access to Bromley Road across the site has also been removed, and this will redirect existing traffic through Clingho Hill towards Greenstead. Finally, other infrastructure. We have a general concern that the impact on Wivenhoe and other local communities of increased demand on local infrastructure has not been adequately addressed, and ameliorating infrastructure developments not included adequately in the plan. This includes schools, e.g. there's no expenditure on the secondary school until 2033-34. Healthcare, details on primary healthcare are sketchy, and the impact on hospital provision not addressed. And water. There is no confirmation when the pipeline from Northumbria will arrive to deliver water to this drought classified area, and plans regarding the capacity at Hive Water Treatment Centre are not clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Guyver, would you wish to comment?
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of comments.
Thank you.
On the land of the south of the A133, I do hope it is at least appreciated, although I do understand that people won't necessarily agree with it, that we were faced with competing pressures for that land, and that the land in question was part of the broad allocation within the local plan. The land in question is separate from Wivenhoe, and is essentially, the majority of it is in Tendring. Now, we could have accepted the university's suggestion to put all of the student accommodation and the expansion of the university on that land. We could have accepted what the developer at the time was suggesting in terms of putting all of the knowledge-based employment land and the university expansion down there. But the option that is part of the DPD is the one which is most sympathetic to the concerns of Wivenhoe residents, in that it reinforces the green, strategic green gap, and the use that is proposed for the remainder of the area is the sports facilities, of which the pitches and the non-built element of it would be to the south to provide that protection and guard against that coalescence, with the built elements of it being to the northern part of that land. So although I can completely appreciate that Wivenhoe residents would have perhaps liked to see nothing at all, I think given the competing pressures, I think it's a reasonable outcome and a reasonable approach to resolving that three-way standoff in terms of different positions of competing landowners. In terms of the transport, unless my colleague Mr Heller wanted to pick up any of those elements, I'll hand over.
Just to come back on the RTS point, obviously in a city like Colchester, with its particular geography, a road-based, wheel-based public transport system is clearly much more pragmatic than a fixed rails type service, because we need to distribute to a number of places and environs in the future. The RTS will develop over time, and clearly bus-based systems, I certainly wouldn't characterise them as a joke. I mean, for example, I used to work in Cambridge, where the guided busway has been hugely successful, has actually delivered 12 million passenger journeys per annum. So I certainly wouldn't say that we can't deliver a really good high-quality bus-based network, and also while recognising that there will be some subsidy required, that is being built into the financial assumptions and the IDP assumptions that we wish to obviously take forward with the developer as part of the planning application.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Heller. Thank you, Mr. Guyver. I call Professor Anthony Vickers, please, of Crockleford and Elmstead Action Group.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good evening, Professor. Welcome, and off you go.
Thank you. I shall just read our comments with my glasses on. Despite earlier commitments, we now believe new houses will be occupied prior to the link road opening. It was alluded to by Gary just now. Please tell us if this is true and how many houses will be occupied and what will be the impact on traffic congestion. Second point, some current residents will be sandwiched between the link road and high-density housing planned as 4 to 6 storey buildings where they currently look on fields. After several years of being told development will be sympathetic to current residents, it seems not to be the case, giving preference over the scattered communities and Crockleford Heath to buffer zones to Elmstead and Wivenhoe. We welcome the character appraisal of Crockleford Heath. However, residents feel the new development plan will destroy Crockleford Heath, the only community within the area. An additional 1,200 houses effectively connecting Crockleford Heath to the edge of Colchester through the existing developments. I understand that some of the councils here did not want those developments on the hill by Longridge, but they have happened. So this new plan connects Crockleford Heath to the existing developments, little buffering from the other two areas against the garden community. So we've, even on the list, buffer zones here, buffer zones there, no buffer zones for Crockleford Heath are even listed in the land usage plan. An RTS route carves through the hamlet, as you've seen in the diagrams earlier. Again, Crockleford Heath seems to be sacrificed for buffer zones at the southeast of the development. The addition of the RTS route and the unclear road infrastructure gives grave concern for traffic flow through Crockleford Heath along Bromley Road, Spring Valley Lane and Jubilee Lane, roads that are already used as rat runs with the current roads. So with the new infrastructure, we can't see anything other than hell for Bromley Road. I know Clingor Hill is already hell, but Bromley Road will become hell. We haven't heard from Ardley Parish Council yet, but SEAG welcomes their comments, which we have seen, and we are indebted to the support from Ardley Parish Council. SEAG feels this development plan should be rejected by the Joint Committee and further work undertaken to take into account the views expressed here by current residents within the garden community, not those that are nearby.
Thank you very much, Professor. Caught me out there. I thought it'd be Mr. Guyver, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Yes, and thank you, Professor Vickers.
Yeah, for your succinctness, much appreciated.
In response to the point about how much development, if any, would happen before the link road was completed, as I explained in the presentation, that would be a matter for the Section 106 on the first applications, and of course the applications are for determination by this committee. So we don't have a number, we don't have a precise indication at this time. Transport modelling will inform what that number and that level of development, if any, should be. In terms of the impact on Crockleford Heath, well, it gives you a different perspective. I mean, we've heard from the representative of Wivenhoe about their concerns about coalescence. And Wivenhoe, of course, as a settlement, is separate from the garden community, whereas Crockleford Heath is the community that is actually within the broad location. I believe that we've done the best we can to respect the character of that area, bearing in mind there's an acceptance that development will take place in and around that area. I think the character assessment has been useful to help us come to a view on the lower densities that would be acceptable for that area, and the green corridors that would more strongly define what that neighbourhood will be, and the more long-term, lower density nature of it. I completely appreciate that residents in that area wouldn't want to see this development happen. I think we're doing the best we can to try and make the development as sympathetic as we can. And of course, Mr. Vickers and his colleagues from the Action Group will be able to participate in the consultation when this goes forward to the public.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guyver. I call on Mr. Christopher Oldham of the University of Essex, please. Good evening, Mr. Oldham, and welcome. And the floor is yours. Is it Mr. or?
Mr. Yes.
It is Mr. Thank you very much.
Good evening. So the university continues to play an active role in engaging with stakeholders to aid the development of the garden community. We are pleased to see recognition through the latest plan of the benefit in locating knowledge-based employment land as near as possible to the university and Knowledge Gateway. The university is a key contributor in attracting research and technology intensive businesses and creating high quality jobs for the location. We recognise the logic in utilising the road frontage of the A133 for this purpose, to generate a buffer between the road and new housing and to provide a shop window to business. We continue to emphasise the criticality of connectivity between the proposed site and existing Knowledge Gateway so as to generate the critical mass required for this to be a location of choice for knowledge-based business and employment. We encourage the councils to optimise the land available within this location for knowledge-based employment. We welcome the proposed approach to bringing sports and leisure activities together through the creation of a sports and leisure park. We are keen to develop a shared approach to financing and operating across the range of facilities within this location, and so that we can maximise the benefit of use to the entire community. We remain concerned about the proposed approach to student accommodation. Locating all future growth for student accommodation outside of the campus, in our mind, creates a risk of imbalance across communities. The university currently houses just over a third of its students on campus, predominantly students in their first year of study. Our proposal does not move from this position. Students travelling from all around the world to a new environment need much support, and the campus environment is best placed to provide this. We are, of course, keen to continue working with the councils and developers and stakeholders on a suitable and viable solution that works for all communities. We are pleased that a funding solution appears to have been sought to complete the link road. This is integral to the infrastructure first approach to the garden community. We are supportive of the development of a rapid transit system. We are keen to see the councils push even harder to further enhance the rapidness of this proposition. This will be needed to transition our communities from the convenience of car use. And finally, we are very pleased that there is such a strong focus to environmental sustainability within the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oldham. An excellent presentation. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Mr. Guyver, any comments?
None, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Phil Robinson, please. Good evening, Mr. Robinson, and welcome. And if you just press the button in front of you, and when it goes red, commence. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. The various modifications to the plan over time have clearly resulted in increasing housing density pressure in the now north and south communities. I hope it has been confirmed that within each of these two communities, the resulting housing density and green space proportion has been retained or improved from the previous plan. I believe this is a key factor for this plan to confirm. There is nothing in the plan to mitigate the dramatic impact of this development on the existing few scattered homes within the north and south communities. Although very few in number, the impact on these homes will be huge, unbelievably huge. Surely, in line with previous assurances, there should be something requiring developers to at least plan sympathetic development and mitigation measures in the immediate vicinity of these existing homes. In its absence, this will be particularly devastating for the few homes additionally impacted heavily by being close to the link road, as well as potentially near to high-rise housing. A recognition of the protected status of Turnage Lodge Lane is absent from the heritage impact assessment. This is where my home is. There is a national planning requirement to minimise the impact of development on the setting of a non-designated heritage asset such as this. Interestingly, in the Link Road planning documentation, this lane was stated to be of regional importance, but there is no such statement in this documentation, this plan. This is a clear omission. In my view, the monitoring section of the heritage impact assessment in the plan is completely inadequate in demonstrating success or failure in protecting the built and natural heritage within the site. There is an obvious omission which states that only in the DPD, which states that only listed buildings, nationally important assets, and assets on the Colchester list will be considered. It does not mention Tendring or the Essex County Council lists at all. The monitoring must surely be expanded to include all historic and all natural designated and non-designated assets, as well as the quantity of all hedgerows, all trees, and the network of green lanes highlighted in previous versions of the plan. Otherwise, no one will ever know how much of the heritage is being destroyed. In my view, this is a big risk. Finally, my view is that with its obvious errors, this document is clearly not yet ready for approval. Whilst the corrections are being made to the documents, if you as members of the committee have not visited the site and its wonderful lanes up to now, I urge all of you to do so. You owe it to all current and future residents to come and see us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Guyver.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Robinson. We've had lots of discussions over the years about this. And what I would say is that the DPD does recognise Turnip Lodge Lane because it's incorporated as part of one of the east to west green corridors, and the developer is sitting behind you, would have listened to the comments that you made about how we go about designing development to be sympathetic to its particular locale, and of course that will be something that the planning application process will be looking at in due course. In terms of the specific comments on the evidence base, these are the ideal things to raise as part of the consultation. What the council is not being asked at the moment is to finally adopt the plan at the end. The examination process, as I mentioned earlier, does allow for those things to be explored. And I would invite, and I'm absolutely sure Mr. Robinson will participate in the consultation in due course. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guyver. Mr. Marshall. Thank you again very much, Mr. Robinson. Well, that'll be a decision for the committee to make in due course. Mr. Robinson, never gainsay a committee.
Good evening.
Mr. Marshall, you know the drill, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. How much of the 600 hectares of development land is for housing development? And what will be the housing density? How much of the land is for gypsy and traveller sites? When will the Clingo Hill Road expansion for the RTS start? And when will the works be finished? Will any of the officers or committee members be long-term residents of the Colchester Garden community? Lead developers Carrion, as you know, received some very bad press last week. How can the authorities ensure that the same scenarios will not blight this proposal in the future? And when will the first delivery of housing be forthcoming? The diagram on the screen was very vague. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. Mr. Guyver.
Thank you very much indeed. I might have to rely on colleagues to look up some of the answers to the specific questions on hectarage and density, and I might refer to my colleague Amy to pick up those points. But in terms of the Clingo Hill issue, that may be one for Mr Heller to pick up. In terms of will any of the committee members or officers be resident of the garden community, well, you know, it's over a long period of time, and it might be children and children's children and their children as well. So it's difficult to say, isn't it? In terms of the bad press for Clarion, I don't have any specific comment on that. And in terms of the first delivery, I had early 2026, and that assumes that the planning applications go through following the timetable that was set out broadly before. I don't know whether any of my colleagues can pick up the more specific question.
On the RTS, the good news is that the Section A, which is up by the station, is going to start work in the next couple of months. The tender has been issued and awarded, and obviously the remaining infrastructure will be complete by 2025-26, as required by the HIFS funding. I would anticipate that work on section Clingo Hill will obviously start within the next 18 months.
Ms. Halleck, can anybody answer on the question of density?
With regard to density, there would be a range of density across the garden community area, and that would really come forward as part of any future planning application, and will respond directly to the needs of the community and the areas in which the particular parcels of land are being developed, responding to the particular characteristics of that particular point. So there will be some areas around the Crockford Heath area where the density will be quite low, and then the higher density areas will be most probably within the neighbourhood areas, with the highest around the south neighbourhood, where there is the closest access to the RTS route and the accessible sort of links into Colchester and further afield. I think we're just looking up the area of the developable area to answer further on that. But with regard to the gypsy and traveller point that was raised, the DPD outlines that it would be 18 pitches would be provided. Now, there's no further detail with regard to exactly where that would be located, although the policies map does indicate a broad location of where it would be closer to the A120. That would come forward as part of any future planning application, the detail of that. And it's likely that the provision there would come forward in response to need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lester. Right, we're now moving...
Chairman, we'll come back to the point about the hectarage and
yes,
density.
That
requires
Mr.
a bit of
Marshall,
looking up.
may we send you the answers on that? And obviously they'll be circulated to the committee as well and posted so that the members of the public can see it as well. Okay? Understood? Thank you, Mr. Ford. Right, number 10. We're halfway there. Ardley Parish Council, Ms. Rachel Fletcher, the parish clerk, welcome. And you have 5 minutes. From now on, everyone has 5 minutes. And don't ask me why.
It's in the public speaking scheme, Chair. So I'm speaking to a prepared statement on behalf of Ardley Parish Council. The statement has been circulated to Ian Ford, so would appreciate it if it could be circulated to members
yes,
afterwards.
Certainly. Yeah.
Thank you. Our main points, there's 4 main points and then some general ones. The 4 points are around Crockleford Heath density, traffic on Bromley Road, the Ardley neighbourhood plan, and an expansion to the development area that hasn't really been mentioned so far. So the first one, we really did welcome the character assessment at Crockleford Heath. It recognises the uniqueness of the area, the need to protect and avoid that whole area being destroyed. And we feel that the DPD recognises the wider environs and there's quite a lot of positive stuff really around the character assessment. We support the extension of the wildlife corridor, the links between Salary-Brook, along Salary-Brook, Churnwood, Wallswood, and the link right up to the A120. That's all good. The problem, though, for us is the density, which Amy just described as lower in Crockleford. According to the information we found, it's 30 30 dwellings per hectare. And that's significantly lower than the north and south neighbourhood. But to put it in context for us, Ardley Village, which has a settlement development area around the centre of the crossroads in Ardley, for those that know it, has around 350 houses in an area which we think is similar in overall scale to the area that we're talking about for the Crockerford development. And we think that works out at about 12 dwellings per hectare. So we're talking about a very significantly more dense area than we've currently got in the most dense part of our parish. And obviously you'll appreciate that we're here to represent the issues affecting the residents, both within Crockerford, which is part of Ardley Parish, and also the knock-on effects on other residents within Ardley. So that was my first point. The second one is about traffic and the Bromley Road. The site of the Crockerford neighbourhood has shifted, so it's now kind of straddling the Bromley Road. It's moved to the north. And it looks to us as though the only way that anyone who wanted to live in that settlement and wanted to drive out either towards Colchester or out towards Ardley or Great Bromley and onto Manningtree or Ipswich or wherever would have to use the Bromley Road. They wouldn't be able to go via the link road by car. And that's going to have a massive impact. And we're also concerned in the longer term, this is all very long term, but about the potential disruption for noise and traffic and construction during the for those residents in that area. And somebody's already mentioned the development around the other end, the Salary Brook end of Bromley Road, which only has 145 houses, but the level of disruption for residents close by to that development and further afield has been really dramatic and very much regretted. So we really would like to be sure that it's not going to be like 100 or 200 times worse. Third point is about the Ardley Neighbourhood Plan, which has been with TDC since before Christmas, but we're now told it's not going to go to Cabinet until March, and it's not going to be consulted on until after the May elections. The whole plan period for the neighbourhood plan will be over before the beginning of the first new houses in the Crockerford area, because that's the third phase or a later phase. So we really want assurances that we're not going to have to wait until after the DPD consultation before our neighbourhood plan gets consulted on. We want that to be moving forward as quickly as possible, because actually any extensions to existing properties within Crockerford need to be not only looking at the DPD policies, but also the neighbourhood plan policies could potentially be relevant for those people. There's a triangular area, this is my fourth point, around Spring Valley Lane and Jubilee Lane, which appears now to be part of the broad development area. It never was before. I don't think the residents there have any idea. So my question is, have they been consulted? Are they aware? Because if they're not, they should be. And we've got some general points. If I've got time, I don't know how much time I've got.
You have 30 seconds.
Fantastic. We've been overwhelmed by the amount of paper and background information and other things that we've been expected to read. We don't think it's ready to go. The fact that it's going straight to tendering on the 3rd of March just is a bit alarming, really, because there's just not time to properly address all the typos. There's some quite significant problems with the wording in parts of the Crockerford character assessment, where named individuals who shouldn't be named are listed in that document. So that's and then the very final thing, we wonder whether the changes to the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, which have been announced by Michael Gove, which would allow authorities to build fewer homes if they can show that meeting centrally imposed targets will damage the character. We'd like to think about how that might be relevant to Crockerford, if not to the whole development, at least to the Crockerford part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms Fletcher. Mr Guyver.
Thanks very much. There's a few points there I'll pick up, but I will hand over to colleagues to pick up some of the other bits as well. I think the point about density is well made, although of course it is the lowest density is proposed for that area, but completely acknowledge that in comparison to what exists in the Ardley area, 30 to the hectare in that region is higher than the 12 to the hectare that they might see elsewhere in the parish. I think that's just a matter of fact. In terms of the Ardley Neighbourhood Plan, and I'd like to congratulate Ardley Parish Council for their progress on the neighbourhood plan. Yes, it came in before Christmas. There was some additional documents that had to be supplied, which came in after Christmas. I don't think we want to hold it up unnecessarily. I think a lot of work has gone on into that neighbourhood plan, but what we will have to look at very carefully is whether the policies of the neighbourhood plan and the DPD clash in any way, because there is a requirement for neighbourhood plan policy to reflect and be in accordance with local plan policy, which of course for us includes the garden community. So that's something we'll have to look at very closely. Following the elections, we'd like to get that out to consultation as soon as we can. In terms of the area of land that's been added in to the proposal, Ms Fletcher's absolutely right that the boundary of the development in the DPD along its northern edge has been extended to follow the south of the A120. It was questionable why that land was excluded from the broad location of the garden community in the first place. In terms of consultation with the residents in that area, they will need to be consulted as part of this process if the committee is minded to proceed and full council is minded to proceed. And from the master planning work, you may well see that actually a lot of that land looks like that can form some of the green buffers around the north of the site, so it's not necessarily all earmarked for development, but she's absolutely right. We have altered the boundary along that northern edge, and I expect to get some comments on that through the consultation. I absolutely appreciate that. In terms of being overwhelmed by the number of papers, well, of course, the papers are before the committee and then on to full council to decide whether they go to public consultation. The consultation itself is not going to be until after the elections. So there is time between now and then for anyone that has an interest in this project to read the papers as necessary. It's a bit different from last time, because remember when we went out to consultation on the draft, there was a very short period of time between the committee making its decision and the papers going out to consultation. Because we have the local elections, actually that's of assistance in some way, because it gives a bit more reading time for those people that have an interest and want to start thinking about what comments they're going to put in. Final one I'm going to pick up is the levelling up side of things and changes to the national planning policy framework proposed by Mr Gove. Essentially, what is proposed there is a return to what we had before the NPPF was updated the last time. So you'll recall, as part of the local plan examination, that Tendring and its partners in Colchester and Braintree did actually argue for a lower housing target, particularly for Tendring, because of the unattributable population change issue. And at that time, the planning process allowed for that kind of exception to be made if you could put forward the evidence to justify it. The National Planning Policy Framework was later changed, whereby you had to base your housing targets on the figure that you were given by government, as calculated through a standard methodology. And actually what Mr Gove is proposing now is essentially a return to the time when you can take into account things like unattributable population change. But the fact that this site has been demonstrated as a scheme that is sound in planning terms, albeit there's a lot more work and a lot more detail to come. I don't think we could make the case that we shouldn't have development here and argue for a reduction in housing targets on that basis. But things like unattributable population change, which were an issue last time, if the changes go through, will be a consideration next time round as well. I don't know whether Mrs Lester wanted to pick points about the Bromley Road connection and any other point.
Yes, if I'll come back first of all with regard to the density in the developable area that was sort of partly covered within that presentation and the previous one. So the total site area of the garden community is 713 hectares, and obviously master plan has been developed, but that is illustrative only to demonstrate one way that the development could come forward and to support the DPD as part of its evidence base to demonstrate that the plan is sound. In terms of the strategic master plan, that has a developable area for residential of about 140 hectares. So that illustrates then the remaining area that would be not for residential. The density across the garden community obviously will vary, as I mentioned previously. And as Mr Guyver has said, around Crockleford, that is likely to be on average around 30, or that's what the strategic master plan is indicating itself. And that is higher than obviously it is at the moment around Crockleford. I don't think there is any denying of that the area will change and develop. But the policies within the DPD do look to ensure that particular areas are protected and respected, but the density is it will be higher. The DPD does also build in sort of suggestions or requirements for that area to be of a different quality, so it's likely to come forward with perhaps larger plots, self-build and custom plots, which will be more appropriate within that area and fit in with the existing communities. In the other neighbourhoods, the average density is likely to be around 45 dwellings per hectare there, but there will be variety there as well. With regard to the permeability to Bromley Road and the connectivity to the link road, the DPD requires that there would not be any vehicular permeability between the neighbourhoods. So you would not be able to drive from the link road to Bromley Road. That would be restricted. There would only be access by public transport, the RTS, walking and cycling, and emergency vehicles. So that's to restrict any rat running between the link road and Bromley Road, and to ensure that sustainable modes of transport are the active and the first choice.
Thank you very much, Miss Esther. Now, Councillor Adam Gladwin of Elmstead Parish Council. Good. Good evening and welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, officers, especially Gary, for sharing and explaining the rather extensive DPD. Unfortunately, like Ardley Parish Council, we haven't really had the time and resources to read it all yet. As someone pointed out, we just looked at the pictures, but I think we've got the gist of it. The process does seem slightly rushed. We are somewhat concerned that with it going to tendering as soon as it is, they may also not have had the chance to read it and digest it in full detail. But I'll keep this brief because I was really here tonight to speak about the disturbing suggestion that probably hundreds of houses may be built first in order to fund the Link Road shortfall. It sounds like that isn't being ruled out tonight, which is concerning, but until we've seen the details of what Latimer has suggested, I can't really comment on it on behalf of the Parish Council. I'd like to emphasise that any Section 106 money from those houses that's dedicated towards the Link Road would be a cost that continues to climb in the future. And that's money that's taken away from schools, healthcare and other public services in the garden community. An infrastructure first approach is quite rightly enshrined as the guiding principle of this project. The Link Road needs to be completed before any other building is occupied. I'd seek a commitment from the committee that no housing is occupied until the Link Road is functional. If you can't make that commitment, you're publicly admitting the houses first, infrastructure later approach, which is antithetical to a garden community. The infrastructure first approach must be absolute, and any instance of houses first services afterwards set a precedence that makes the DPD hundreds of pages of false promises. Essential infrastructure needs to be brought online as, if not before, homes are occupied. Do it any other way and by definition you are not building a garden community. We share many of the concerns voiced by those speakers from Wivenhoe, Crockford and Ardley tonight, and I'd emphasise there seems to be a disregard for a local consensus that the current proposal is going to be highly detrimental to surrounding communities in the short to medium term as the garden community is being built. I'd stress that medium term here does still mean 30, 40 years of that construction process. I'd also like to recognise the Crockford neighbourhood density will be greater than that of Elmston Market as well. It's going to lose any special character the area has. It cannot be maintained through that level of development. The DPD needs a more stringent and detailed timeline of when infrastructure and public services will be brought online to prevent the garden community overloading existing communities by building houses first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gladwin. Mr Guyver, would you wish to comment?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably some of the issues we have covered before, and I don't know whether Mr Everson wanted to add anything to what's been said about the link road. But one of the background documents is an infrastructure and phasing document. That's part of the background documents. And I appreciate that parish councillors haven't had a long time to look at the papers, but as I've said, in the run-up between now and the actual consultation, there's quite a substantial period of time where if any parish councils have got any questions about it, I mean, we can consider those in the run-up to the actual consultation. But I don't know whether Mr Everson wanted to pick up any point.
Thank you. Just on the point about the impact of funding going towards the link road in place of other infrastructure, we can assure you that that is not the case. The requirements of the HIF arrangement were that the full funding needed to be recovered and then reinvested in other infrastructure, not including the garden community, to unlock future housing growth in the wider area. So the impact of the additional cost to cover the additional cost of the link road is that there will be less available to now be reinvested into other future housing growth. So that is the change. The infrastructure delivery plan that Mr Guyver has covered sets out all of the infrastructure requirements, includes the additional 21 million, which it proves that it's still viable. So there hasn't been any other infrastructure that has had to be taken out. And I mean, the point around infrastructure first that you've raised, we've covered in previous answers, but the mitigation, the infrastructure to be the infrastructure needs to come forward alongside the development. We couldn't build all of the infrastructure for 7,500 homes first before any homes are built. We'd be building schools in the middle of nowhere. So, but what we do have to do is to ensure that the impact of the development is fully mitigated by the infrastructure, and that will be addressed through the modelling which comes alongside the planning application and the Section 106 agreement.
Thank you, Mr Everson. Thank you very much, Councillor Gladwin. I now call Ms Amanda O'Connell, Madam Chairman of the TCB GC Community Liaison Group, please. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. On behalf of the TCB Garden Community Liaison Group, I would urge you tonight to vote to adopt the proposed Reg 19 submission document before you. Not only because of the excellent features and amenities outlined by Gary Guyver and Amy Lester, which it provides for existing and new community needs, despite the shortfall in link road funding, but also because the alternative, i.e. no local plan in place, is much worse. We would strongly commend to you this DPD with the green buffers, country park, Crockleford Heath designated special character, and suitably tailored knowledge gateway and university expansion land to reflect local community needs, and the commitment to green energy and building infrastructure such as schools alongside homes that we have called for specifically, together with all the other garden community features represented in this DPD and new key diagram. We're also encouraged to know that the three neighbourhoods approach represented in the DPD, which we believe is essential to the development of communities and not just housing, has already been incorporated in policy. And whilst we understand that it is less than ideal that the garden community project has to potentially rely on obtaining the £21 million shortfall from the developers, the CLG are satisfied that the measures in place to secure this shortfall are robust enough. These are, as we've heard earlier, 1, a memorandum of understanding for this sum already signed by the councils and developers as a basis for 2. A legally binding Section 106 funding agreement with them, which would have to be in place and assured before any outline or other planning permission could be granted. 3. Independent viability work already carried out, which agrees the feasibility of eliciting this sum via this route and confirms its financial soundness. And 4. The extension to 2026 from the 2024 deadline Homes for England have agreed in principle, by which the first houses must be built to qualify for the existing HIV funding. If, on the other hand, this DPD is not adopted as Part 2 of the local plan by the Joint Committee and full Colchester City Council and Tendring District Council meetings, then we run the serious risk that that funding could be lost. Then the local plan, could be put back by years, and all the work, the excellent work the planners have done, the engagement with the public, and that we have done as CLG for and with our communities would be lost. And in the meantime, speculative developers like Gladman, who got planning permission for the development on the Bromley Road on appeal because there was no tendering local plan to prevent it or dictate its use or style or otherwise, would have a field day. The CLG's view, therefore, is that though it is not ideal that the garden community project has to potentially rely on obtaining the £21 million shortfall from the developers, that given the safeguards and checks listed, this is the best that can be done in order for there to be a local plan which provides a garden community for the future, assuring its own unique identity and the continued vibrant identity of existing communities, as represented in this key diagram and DPD, and which, if adopted, will prevent horrendous piecemeal speculative development because there will be an agreed local plan in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms O'Connell. Much appreciated. Mr Guyver, any comments?
No comments, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll move straight on then to Councillor William Sunnox. And you have 5 minutes, and I will keep you to that, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to emphasise that I'm not against this garden community. I just want to see it delivered well. I'm one of only 4 or 5 people in this room who attended every day of the garden community inspections in 2018 and 2020, and I just don't want to see the same problems again. I have made myself very unpopular by suggesting that we're not quite ready on this DPD to go to consultation and then to an inspector. And I'm very pleased that since I've been saying that, a lot of material has suddenly appeared in the last 2 working days. We've heard from Latimer, a very encouraging statement from them. We got a memorandum of understanding giving us some insurance on the funding of the link road. And we've also had some more clarity about the numbers on the for the costs of the link road, where I'd raised a query. But those are the good bits. I don't think we're ready yet. We need to know that that link road is going to come as part of phase 1. We have a commitment from Latimer that they will fund the link road, but we're not really told when. It's in phase 1 in the infrastructure delivery plan, and that's where it needs to stay. And that leads me on to the other and bigger issue, is that the link road funding is only part of the total infrastructure picture. And just as one of the previous speakers pointed out, if you press down on one bit, another bit pops up, if you know what I mean. And we are talking about 584 million of total infrastructure spending, of which 340 million is going to have to come from land value uplift, and we don't control the land. That money has to come from the people who do control the land, which seems to be Latimer. And We have no agreement. We have the memorandum of understanding on the link road, but we don't have anything on the rest of the 584 million. I would like to see a memorandum of understanding that covered the whole thing and acknowledged and so we knew that the developer acknowledged the appraisal methodology that's been put forward by the council and was prepared to work within that framework and a sort of template for how negotiations would work going forward. First thing we've got to do is phase one. That's got to cover the link road. We've seen other places. I've looked very closely at Wellbourne down near Fareham, where they had exactly this sort of problem. They had a large roundabout, in that case, on the M27 they needed to do, and they had to make other compromises in phase one. And we need to, if we're going to actually have something we're going to deliver, then we need to get to grips with that and actually have be much further ahead on the business side before we go ahead. So I rather hope, and I don't think I'll be successful, but I do hope this committee agrees to postpone it, give themselves a little bit more time. They won't actually, as the consultation isn't happening till after the election, they won't lose that much time, but it would be helpful for everyone if we could resolve these problems before we go any further with the planning.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Sykes. Appreciated. Did you wish to comment, Mr. Guyver?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Sykes. The only comment that I would make is that I don't think officers believe that there is a need to delay proceeding to the publication of the DPD for consultation and submission to the Secretary of State that precludes us having those kind of discussions with Latimer throughout the process. And I just highlight the new recommendation 7, which you read out earlier, Chairman, where there's a recommendation that we do work with Latimer to explore the possibility of entering into agreement detailing how we would work together for the duration of the project. I don't know whether Mr. Everson or any of my colleagues wanted to add anything further to that, but it's certainly your officer's advice that we can still proceed with the consultation and submission to the Secretary of State and still be thinking about those things going forward.
Councillor Everson? I'm sorry, Councillor, I've upgraded you there. Mr. Everson.
Really, just to expand on what Gary has said, we believe as officers the right stage for us to move into the detail that you're asking for is at the Section 106 or heads of terms prior to the Section 106. There's no, once that planning application comes forward, that gives us the mechanism to move forward. The MOU, which was requested and has been provided, gives as much assurance as I think we're likely to get at this point while the policy is being brought forward. It is the specific planning application and the legal agreement that the Section 106 gives us that is the officer view that is the right point for us to secure those matters.
Thank you very much, Everson. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Councillor Sykes. My old friend, Councillor Gary Scott.
Thank you for the jolly good welcome,
Welcome.
Councillor Turner,
Welcome.
Chairman.
That should put the mockers on your election.
I won't quote that, though. First of all...
Sorry, but from that brief moment of levity, the floor is yours for 5 minutes, and I will be firm on it, Councillor Scott.
I don't think I need 5 minutes, Chairman, but thank you for the offer. My first concerns are, as you know, I've spoken to you, Ms Guyver, and obviously my parish council at Elmston Market have sent you a letter some time ago with reference to the very poor consultation at Elmston Market, where the 2 consultation days were 9 AM to 11 AM and 6 PM to 8 PM. And on your the publication said notable issues were raised from the last consultation. If there was consultation in Elmston Market that was well advertised, then we wouldn't have had just 20 people turning up, and 2 of those were myself and Councillor Wiggins and a few parish councillors. So that concerns me when none of the issues on the notable issues from the last consultation haven't really been considered fully from Elmston Market and the surrounding rural communities there. So I'm asking the committee and officers to perhaps consider Elmsted Market consultation going in the future to have an all-day affair and have it advertised in the local parish newspaper magazine, because I understand it was advertised, but it went to Wivenhoe and Bryantsea Chronicle paper that does not go into Elmsted Market at all. And they said they didn't have time to go to Elmsted Market's parish magazine. I understand the room was booked way in advance, so they had plenty of opportunity to do any leaflet drops or publications there. In terms of the link road, I'm quite disappointed. I understand that, I understand when Mr. Guyver has explained about how it's going to come about, and the 99.9 million with the HIF fund pay for that. People in my part of the world will be not pleased about that, because you put in like houses first. Of all the consultations I went round, officers from all councils said infrastructure first, then housing. Now it seems people in my part of the world in West Tendring are going to see houses first and then infrastructure afterwards, and that's going to put a raw nerve in residents in my part of the world. And to pay for that, it could be anything between 5 and 1,000 houses possibly built or occupied before the link road may be completed. So I'm not best pleased by that. As for the neighbourhood plan, Elmsted Market Parish Council are having the neighbourhood plan just like Ardley. And after speaking to parish councillors in my part of the world, they tell me that the DPD are not going to seriously look at the neighbourhood plans or future neighbourhood works for Elmsted Market. Similar things going on Ardley. I would like my parish council in Elmsted Market to have some influence, some joint workings together on the DPD and the neighbourhood plan, because a large chunk of this development is in the parish of Elmsted Market, and it's really is crucial that the voices of my parish council and residents are listened to. On the maps, it doesn't indicate the new developments that have been now finished, called Hunter's Chase and also Meadow Close. That means the green gap is now narrower. On the plans, it's wider, but now these new developments that are in place, and the gap is now narrower. Even though I do welcome the Elmsted Market green gap, but as one of the residents in my part of the world who lives in Turner Lodge Lane, quiet lane status is not there. And the quiet lanes between Elmsted Market and Crockerford Heath, there are loads of quiet lanes, and residents who live in there, and part in my ward, part in Ardley ward, those quiet lanes are precious to those people between Elmsted Market and Crockerford Heath, and they must be retained and kept in there.
You have a minute left.
Thank you, Chairman. And from Councillor Sunnox here mentioned about the paperwork and the length of the documents. It seems to me that even though full council chairman is coming up this week for TDC and Colchester Borough is later in March, it makes sense to me, possibly, I don't know whether the Chief Exec of TDC who's here today could possibly, or the agreement of Councillor Harris, the Chair of TDC, to perhaps delay the decision on making the decision at full council because of the length of the documents. All 48 councillors, to have a good showing of understanding and put our residents first in West Tendring, I believe that this document should be fully read by councillors, and I only got mine today, and Councillor Wiggins got hers today, our full council agenda, and they expect us to make a decision on Thursday. Frankly, it's people out there will say you didn't have enough time to read the documents in time. So I think it's crucial, Chairman, that perhaps something like that could be looked at. And can I just say thank you for the comments from members of the public, especially Councillor Gladwin from Elmsted Market. Some of the comments he's mentioned, I'm pleased that he mentioned them, and so I didn't need to mention them myself. So thank you very much.
We need 21 seconds over. Thank you very much, Councillor Scott. It's very good for you. Mr. Guyver.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, I'll have it minuted.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor Scott. I think last time when we did the consultation, as I mentioned earlier, there was a very short period of time between the committee decision to go to publication and the consultation itself. This time round, we're going to have a bit longer. I've already been speaking to colleagues at Elmsted Parish Council, and I want to keep those conversations going about making sure that we get the best engagement, get the halls at the right time, and we've got a bit more time to sort that out this time than we did last time, because there wasn't much time to do more than we did. We did everything that we could. In terms of the delaying a decision, well, as we've already set out in the presentation, it's a critical stage and delay is very dangerous. And I appreciate there's a lot of paperwork there, but the committee is doing the job of scrutinising the document and making a recommendation to full council to take forward. And there are a lot of members there at the full council on both councils, but councils have to make difficult decisions on these documentations, and the committee has been doing the work to make a recommendation going forward. But the timelines are critical, so although it's not my decision, I'd advise against full council deferral, unless Chief Executive has anything to add to that. In terms of neighbourhood plan, as I mentioned earlier, congratulating Ardley, but I also want to congratulate Elmstead on the progress of their neighbourhood plan. But with neighbourhood plans, you do have to have conformity with the district local plan, and of course the garden community and the need for a DPD is part of the district local plan. And although we want the two to work together as best as we can, if there are points that clash, that causes an issue with soundness. So there is a need to achieve conformity, but we continue to work with Elmstead Market to get the best plan through the system as we can, and I think that's very much welcome. In terms of the base plan, the base maps, and whether there are developments on there that aren't currently shown in the paperwork, we'll see if we can get those updated for consultation, because I'm aware of developments on the edge of Elmstead that have happened and change the perception of the green gap, very recent one in fact. Getting documentation into the parish magazines, we've got a bit more time to make sure that we get that right this time round, and we'll make the relevant contacts going forward. I think we've responded as best as we can to all the issues around the link road, but I'm sure they'll come up through debate. That was all I had to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Guyver. I now call on Councillor Corey, please. And welcome. And again, I will hold you to 5 minutes, please, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, councillors. So I want to praise where the officers have got to with the detail of the DPD. There's some very good bits in there. The protection of Salary Brook, for example, is getting to the right place. But there's a number of issues that I want to raise. And I want to associate myself with the comments made by Wivenhoe Town Mayor Tom Kane, Professor Jane Black, and also Councillor Adam Gladwin from Elmstead Market, who made some fairly good comments as well. I've been here from almost the beginning of the process, committed to achieving garden community principles. When as leader of Colchester Borough Council, I went to meet the housing minister, about 10 housing ministers ago, that is, Kit Malthouse. I went there with the leader of Braintree, Graham Butland, and the leader of Tendring, Neil Stock. We sat there and we secured agreements, which later came out through the HIF announcements, for a full link road. Not half a link road, a full link road. As a councillor, as a cabinet member, and as leader, I have taken a local plan forward at each step. And sometimes we have had to compromise, not on the principles of garden communities, but compromising to be pragmatic on how we deliver, working across 3 councils. At each step, sadly, we have seen the council-led approach, a council delivery vehicle, for example, being diluted. And we are no longer at that stage. And that saddens me because I think we had greater control that way. So despite sort of attempting at each stage to keep the garden community principles and the infrastructure first principles as a commitment, we are now seeing those suggestedly changed. Asking for promises, asking for memorandums of understanding instead of sticking with the black and white garden community infrastructure first principles. That I believe is a principle we should not divert from this evening. At each point within the sustainability appraisals, within the inspector's report, we have committed to a link road between the A120 and the A133. We might as well stop calling it a link road if it does not link between the A133 and the A120 from the get-go. I've always said to councillors the DPD will be the ultimate fallback document, and it has to be, and it has to be right from the get-go. We have to include the full road. I'm afraid I cannot take the sort of commitments which it does say on the last page of the Memorandum of Understanding. Nothing in the MOU or in any other document referred to in it shall be legally binding. At Colchester Full Council, we have had motions and amendments that suggest the local plan and the development documents should not progress without infrastructure funding and the HIF funding being sorted and the road being delivered. The road in full. When Mr. Clues completed his report, it did not talk about half a link road. It referred to the link road between the A120 and the A130. It had to be delivered. And now we're saying it's subject to 106 negotiations. It's subject to further commitments from developers. That is not the principles we signed up to. I was at the Essex County Council Link Road planning application. Once again, it was not for half of a road, it was for the full link road. And one of the key reasons that went through the committee was because it was of strategic importance. Half a road is not strategically important. It was strategically important because it linked the A133 to the A120. That is strategically important. That delivers a garden community that works on the principles. So I don't think we should go forward, and as Councillor Sunnock said, delay is possible, and as Gary has said, we have the time. Because without the promises, without the answers, without the commitments, I do not see how councillors can go ahead just on a promise. I think I've made my point clear. The Memorandum of Understanding does not say it's legally binding. So I'll just turn, as a local ward member, to the last point, so the A133 South developments and how Wivenhoe residents...
10 seconds.
Wivenhoe residents have remained firm on that not being developed. And as a garden community, how can you have a park and choose and sports facilities outside of the community itself? That does not make sense to me. I will stop there, Chair, as I wanted to be on time.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Corrie. Would you like to comment, Mr. Guyver?
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I think I've covered the Wivenhoe south of the 133 issue in response to other comments. And unless Mr. Everson has anything to say on the link road, I don't have any further comments.
Thank you, Mr. Everson.
I mean, most of the material has been covered previously. The local plan policy requires us to have the funding in place before the link road is, before the planning application can be approved, and that's been agreed to in the memorandum of understanding. The recovery mechanisms I've already spoken about. That was always a requirement. This was never a 99.9 million grant. It was a 99 million funding. Forward funding that then needed to be recovered fully, if we could, from the scheme. One of the drivers, so one of the drivers of the cost has been the response to the planning application that went to Essex's planning committee. The movement of the road to respond to points from the public consultation has increased the length of the road, and therefore that has driven some of the costs. So those are considerations that were taken forward in response to that public consultation and are now reflected in the scheme. To repeat the answer I gave before around the infrastructure first, it is absolutely, will continue to be, that the infrastructure needs to be brought forward to mitigate the impact of the development. Yes, it's not coming forward at the same speed that it was previously. There are a number of factors that have driven the cost, but the commitment that's in the MOU is that this will be secured through the Section 106 agreement. The funding, therefore, has to be in place, and no planning application can be approved. And it is our view as officers that the best way to get to that Section 106 negotiation is to have the detailed policy in place to enable us to negotiate and secure the investment that is set out in the IDP.
Thank you very much, Davison. Thank you again, Councillor Corrie. I now call Councillor Adam Fox, please, our penultimate speaker. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to officers for an excellent presentation tonight and for the recent briefing to all councillors as well, which was well received and really helpful. This garden community remains the best way to deliver growth locally and building the housing that we will need long into the future. There is no perfect in any development or planning situation, so let's not make perfect the enemy of the good in this process. The development plan document continues to commit this development to garden community principles and deals with some of the most contentious issues for existing residents. And as we've seen from the plans on Salary Brook and other green buffers, we have this assurance in place. With any development like this, there has to be compromise on all sides. I believe that the solutions found on these issues demonstrate the constructive approach of officers and elected members, listening to communities, and compromises made by the developer and the university. Sending this plan out to consultation is the right next step in the process. Further detail is delivered at a later stage, including planning application and Section 106 agreements. Securing the HIF funding for transport infrastructure was a joint effort by the local authorities and others, including support from local members of Parliament. And the letter we received from Essex County Council setting out the approach to be taken to deliver the link road is welcome. There are plenty of communities all over the country that would want £100 million of infrastructure funding. We are fortunate to have it. Failure to fully deliver that road and the other transport infrastructure as soon as possible would be a collective one, and to not deliver what has been promised. But it does appear to me that proceeding now gives the certainty required to ensure that that road is delivered. Delaying actually puts it even more at risk. I also welcome the Memorandum of Understanding between the authorities and Latimer. This demonstrates exactly the sort of relationship we would hope from a developer and indicates that they also understand that this is not development or house building as usual. I sat on Colchester's local plan committee that agreed the joint Section 1 of the local plan. I've been involved and followed the project at all stages. I've read all the documents in detail. I may come to a different conclusion to those who oppose proceeding at this stage, but we are all well informed. There are things that I would have preferred in the development of this community, such as a locally led development corporation, but as I said before, we have all had to compromise. But for a community that will continue to develop long into the future, when most of us are long gone from here, we require a plan now, and I encourage you to send this document to both Colchester and Tendring councils for the opportunity for further debate and to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Fox. Mr. Guyver?
No comment, thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councillor Tim Young, please. Good evening, Councillor, and welcome. You know the routine.
Thank you, Chair. As Mayor of the City of Colchester, I will be, of course, chairing the council meeting in Colchester on the 23rd of March, but I want to make it very clear this evening that I'm here as City Councillor for Greenstead Ward. I too want to thank and praise the officers for the information that has been given to us and for the clarity of the presentation from Gary and Amy tonight. Thank you very much. I want to associate myself with the comments from Councillor Adam Fox just now and from Amanda O'Connell earlier. I think it shows positivity. And this is about, I think, optimism versus pessimism, positivity against negativity, compromise against being dogmatic. On balance, for the residents and communities, Greenstead and Longridge, what is before us tonight has to be seen on balance as positive. What Greenstead Ward needs are more jobs, more homes, especially homes that are affordable, and the 30% is very important on that. sport and leisure facilities. Greenstone residents just don't have access to good sports and leisure facilities at the moment, and this will provide it. The garden community has all the green credentials from Garden City Principles, so again, that's a positive, and I think there will be opportunities, as we've seen, for better education facilities. And the country park that we've always demanded as part of Salary Brook is now there, and we're very pleased about that too. Of course, there are reservations that Sir Bob Russell said a lot earlier on tonight, and we share some of those, but as he also said, we are where we are. And the compromises that have been made, I think, are very positive ones, because the visibility of the development from Greeston and Longridge has been addressed positively, and we're very grateful for that as well. There are issues over the Link Road. I think we have to have confidence that it will be provided, as Adam just said, and because that is vital, we've always made that a condition of our support, and I believe it will be there, because infrastructure first is what drives us in this process. So, and what I don't hear from opponents of, delay and prevarication, it's not the time for delay and prevarication. I think we've got to move forward both at Tendring and at Colchester City Council with the process and take it out to consultation, get the feedback, and then move it along. Because what is the alternative? I haven't heard from any of the opponents of the scheme what the alternative is. The alternative is we lose the money, we lose the development, and we get speculative development, and we can't have that. We know what happens, don't we, if that happens, and it's not good for residents, it's not good for communities. So I would encourage also that the committee tonight goes forward and recommends this to both Tendring and Colchester councils. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Young. Thank you all very much indeed for your speaking. I know we are all needed. It's now at 20:26. I'm going to call a comfort break for 10 minutes. So I'll adjourn your meeting for the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all very much indeed. Right, now for the second half, and I'm going to call on members for, we're now into the debate period, so do I have any comments from the committee, please? Who wishes to speak first? Councillor Young? Thank you.
Not really, but I will start, Chairman. I mean, you know, thank you for all of the contributions we've had from the public. It's always really good to have lots of public interest, and we've had that this evening. You know, I think that there's been some really good contributions made by the public speakers. I think there's risks, so I think they're undeniable. I think, as others have said, delivering the full link road is absolutely what we need to do. But I really feel that there's been significant progress made, specifically in the last week, to actually give us the commitment that that link road will be delivered in its entirety because of the steps that have been taken. So, you know, I couldn't really have put it any better than Mandra O'Connell did in her presentation on behalf of the Community Liaison Group. You know, this may not be a perfect plan. There may be lots of things in there that people have reservations around or fears about, but I think there's an awful lot of good things in the plan document that we ought to be embracing and supporting. So, Mr. Chairman, I will be voting for us to move forward and go out to consultation and recommend to our respective authorities that we do so. No further comments from me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Much appreciated. I gather, as usual, Colchester and Tendring at odds. What we do is have the debate, then I call for the vote, and I gather you do it slightly differently. So we'll follow after everyone's spoken. Then I'll read out the recommendations and call for the vote. But until then, are there any other comments out? Councillor Luxford-Vaughan.
Thank you, Chairman. There's a few points I just want to cover that have come up tonight. They're not actually where I stand on the vote, but we had a description from Gary about the spatial layouts. Sorry, my computer's just frozen. And it was described as an acceptable compromise. Can I just say the majority of people that submitted to Reg 18 do not feel that that is acceptable. So therefore, you know, I don't think in any way it's an acceptable compromise. I think there's no point in me rehearsing what representatives from Wivenhoe have already said about it doesn't give us the security of a green buffer because basically it contains development, and the only area that hasn't got planned development has been allowed to have allotments and cemeteries, which basically takes us right to about 450 yards from the end of our village envelope. My other concern would be that we talked about walkable neighbourhoods. You cannot walk to that sports facility, which is supposed to be part of a garden community, in 20 minutes. So, and given that most of the people accessing it will be the under 25s, maybe don't have cars, you know, they're not going to use it, or they're going to get somebody to drive them there, which kind of is counterproductive in terms of what we're trying to achieve. We don't know currently what the mitigation measures are for both the link road and the RTS. But several crossings are shown on the layout. These, along with yet another roundabout at the top of Colchester Road, are going to strangle that road speed. It's going to cause totally unacceptable congestion, and that's with the view of a full link road. We haven't modelled that, but we've got it in the DPD that people are being asked to consider. I have a lot of observations. I shared Councillor Young's view that, you know, we've made massive progress, and a lot of what's in the DPD is really great. And, you know, can I just say, you know, I'm not in opposition to the development as we agreed it as part of Section 1. That's really important that people know that. However, I do think there are things missing. One of the residents from Ardley talked about heritage assessment. A heritage assessment is supposed to be part of the DPD. There's not one that covers the whole area. There is a wintering bird survey that hasn't been done. There's quite a few things that we haven't actually done, which are entirely possible to do before it goes out to DPD, but it needs to be mentioned now. I also think, this is a piece of policy. The wording of it is worrying in parts. So there are way too many we will aim to, and where possible and where feasible. We need a robust piece of policy, and I don't think we're quite there yet. That's what I think is missing, and obviously the main problem is that we haven't got the confidence that we need at this stage to know that a full link road will be delivered before any houses are built. We say we're committed to garden community principles, but there are at least two examples of where we failed to deliver against those. One is there's no mechanism for capturing land value uplift. We haven't got a stewardship model. Some of the others have been compromised, but this particular one, infrastructure first, is what every single councillor across the three authorities signed up for. The facts that we've presented today, I'm not sure are in the public domain yet, but to confirm what my understandings are, Homes England have confirmed they will not meet the shortfall of the link road funding. The Highways Authority have confirmed they will not meet the shortfall of the funding. The developer has signed an MOU with a get out of jail card, which says they make a commitment to fund the shortfall as soon as practically and financially possible. That does not secure a road before houses are built, and it's not a legally binding agreement. Something else not to do with the link road, but obviously to do with the funding. The RTS hasn't been costed, as far as I know, at all. And we haven't gone out to tender, so we're actually not sure that that's deliverable within the funding that we have available. At the moment, my understanding is we've signed an agreement with Homes England to deliver half a link road up to Allen's Farm. And on that basis, we are going out to tender on half a link road. How does that give me confidence that we will get a full link road before houses? I've asked the question, how many houses are proposed as part of that first phase? I haven't had an answer. It's been asked tonight. It hasn't been answered. That's the point. That is really a sticking point for me and for Colchester residents, because that's not what they signed up for. I don't think what we have in the DPD currently is a deliverable proposition. That's what we're asking an inspector to look at. The minute the inspector starts picking at the evidence base, he's going to say, this doesn't match what you're proposing and what you have signed an agreement with Homes England for. So suddenly that comes into question. Should we be sending this to a hearing when, first of all, we're not really being explicit with the public about what it is we're proposing, and second of all, the evidence base doesn't match what it is we're proposing. I don't think the problems with the link road are exclusive to funding. We haven't got the land deals negotiated on critical areas. We are running CPOs parallel to those, which is why it's good news that we've got the extension, but actually a CPO means you can never fix a price. If we build half a link road and then negotiate a CPO off the back of that, the land value has rocketed because it's become a developable site. And therefore their benchmark or their current use value rockets as well. We cannot confirm. If you use the CPO, you cannot confirm what that is going to cost you. So that's an issue that's still outstanding. I've also asked for, and I was reassured that we were working with Highways England about their objection to the A120 junction, but I've not heard that they've removed that objection to the slip roads and the safety concerns they have on that. So it's not just funding that's a problem. There are other outstanding issues that we don't have clarity on. In conclusion, I would say I can't support taking this to DPD at this stage. I think it needs more time. It does not give, the DPD that before us does not give consideration to the compromises we are now being asked to make and have signed agreements with government on. I can't see a reason, to be honest, why we would go to tender on half a link road if the intention wasn't to have a phased delivery of houses as well. Indeed, this would be a waste of resources and public money if we were to do so. This action implies a compromise on the scheme within the plan by councillors in this committee, which doesn't give me confidence about the future planning applications. By the way, a point of clarification, planning applications say that the funding needs to be in place. It doesn't say when it's delivered. So you could have a 106 signed by the time the planning application comes that says, we'll give you the money, but in 2000 and God knows what. That's the clarity we need now. I don't think what we're being asked to compromise on is what Colchester councillors have agreed to. I certainly think this is going to have a massive and very, very significant effect on the people I represent. I think what we have in the DPD currently is undeliverable, it's unviable and it's unsustainable. And from the perspective of my residents, the compromise on the phased delivery is totally unacceptable. I think it's dangerous to take it to consultation. More importantly, to take it to hearing without this being resolved. I've urged councils to have a delay. I think that's the least risky things we do. If not, we run the risk that the consultation will be found invalid by the inspector because it's not consulting with the correct and up-to-date evidence base, and he will be unable to find a plan sound because the evidence doesn't match the scheme that we've negotiated with Homes England.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Luxford-Vaughan. Do you wish to comment, Mr. Guyver?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Luxford-Vaughan. And I appreciate the acknowledgement of where we've moved from to get to here. So I'm grateful for that and grateful for your sort of honesty in what your position is on this. I think the officers have responded during the public speaking bit to a lot of the points that were raised there. And I think appreciate that you're representing your residents and putting forward their views. The officers' view is that we should proceed to the consultation and to the examination, and that process itself allows for engagement with the public and for issues like this to be resolved through that process. If there wasn't an opportunity for such issues to be resolved through the process, there'd be no point in having the process. I think the risks of delay are greater than the risks of going ahead at this stage. And unless Mr. Everson wants to add anything in relation to Link Road, I think that's all I would say, Chairman.
Mr. Everson?
I mean, only again to reiterate the point around infrastructure first, it's not possible for us to deliver all of the infrastructure that is required and is set out before any homes are built, and I think that is understood. That you could never deliver a settlement in that way. We need access to the site needs to come forward. What will remain is that the impact from development is mitigated by an infrastructure first approach, and that is crucial and will need to be negotiated. So the question is, how do we get there as quickly as possible to get to that negotiation? And again, it's the view of the officers that we need to move to that quickly, and the DPD gives us the policy basis on which to then negotiate those contributions.
Thank you very much. Did you wish to come back on at all on that, Councillor Luxford-Vaughan?
No one's told me how many houses are going to be delivered without a full link road yet. Could I just say, I'd like my comments recorded, because I have to say that every time we have these meetings, because they're not naturally...
They are, because this is going out live and there is recording being kept for 24 months, I gather.
Yeah, but I'm talking in the written minutes that we will receive of this meeting. Also, I'd like a name vote when we...
Yeah, I've already agreed to that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have next Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Chairman. I take a slightly different view to my colleague on my left. First of all, I'd like to thank the officers for the huge amount of work they've done over a long period of time, and I'm not sure when or if they sleep. But there's an awful lot of work coming here.
It's difficult. This is a very large project, and very large projects always require compromise. They're also always scary, and they always carry various kinds of risks. I'm very much a risk against benefit kind of person. It's the sort of thing that I look at, so harm versus benefit. And there's just so many good things within the DPD if we look to the longer term as against the alternative. I think it was rather well put by the last speaker that we had, who delivered incredibly well, pointing out that, so what's the alternative? The alternative, if we don't push forward with the DPD, is potentially small piecemeal developments of a few hundred houses coming with what? Well, certainly not a link road, because that simply wouldn't happen. And effectively then we find ourselves in a position where we were in control and we could require certain things, we could gather funding, and then we're left with piecemeal developments where we get none of that. So harm against benefit, in my opinion, the benefit of the DPD far outweighs the harm. And let's be realistic, this is not a project that's going to be happening by the end of next week. We're talking 30 years here. So much will change. If we look back 30 years, I think the internet was in its infancy 30 years ago, and now we live in a world where none of us can actually get through the day without it. So things will change and things will move, I'm absolutely sure of that. So I think the last comment I want to make is that consultation is always the right thing to do. We're all democratically elected. We should be talking to our people. What we're actually doing tonight is we're sending this DPD out for consultation, and that gives people the opportunity to put forward their points and to put them directly to the inspector. So the inspector will be viewing those points and he will be taking them on board. And I'm a firm and great believer in the best people to ask are the people we represent. I try and do it as often as I can. So I think putting it out to consultation is exactly the right thing to do. I fear any delay is more risky than getting this done, far more risky. And for that reason, Chairman, I will have no hesitation in supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Bray. Did Mr. Guyver, did you? No, thank you very much indeed. I have Councillor Cunningham. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and may I begin by repeating the huge vote of thanks to officers from all three local authorities and various partners who have helped put this excellent comprehensive DPD document together. And may I also pay tribute to member colleagues, and particularly member colleagues from the City Authority and from the District Authority. A relationship, a partnership of this depth and complexity, not just runs, is fuelled by goodwill, I think, Mr. Chairman. And sometimes in any relationship of this complexity, the elasticity of goodwill is sometimes stretched, but I can honestly say, and having had the pleasure of being involved with this from an Essex County Council perspective for some 20 months or so, I don't think that the elasticity of goodwill has ever been in danger of reaching a snapping point or a breaking point. There has been a lot of constructive conversation, a lot of constructive dialogue, a lot of constructive compromise. And I think particularly the work around the land south of A133 is an excellent example of that. There were some very strong views from both the city and from representatives from the district authority. And I think the compromise that we have, whilst I appreciate does not find favour with everyone, is a workable solution, does chime with the overall direction of the garden community project, and I think will serve the emerging community well in the years and decades to come. With regard to some specific points in the DPD, I think Amy did an exceptionally good job in the introduction to the piece, where she reaffirmed the garden community principles. And I think all of us who have been involved in following some of the detail and the difficulties with this take a reassurance that those garden community principles have been reaffirmed with what the DPD document is putting forward this evening. I think it's also worth reflecting that the DPD is a moment in time, and the confidence that we have as members in recommending it for approval at both Colchester City Council and Tendring District Council relies on an assurance that the document is as comprehensive in terms of policy position as it needs to be at this time before a formal planning application is submitted, and sets a very clear direction of travel. I personally feel that I have the confidence to support that, and I would hope that other colleagues do. During this process, we have been open from member colleagues to significant test and challenge. That is good. That is healthy, and I appreciate the comments of Councillor Sunnox, not just at the meeting this evening, but during this process. He has brought considerable industry background and knowledge of the process, and he has offered challenge regarding viability, regarding land value capture. Mr. Chairman, I would in a moment, if I may, with your indulgence, just like to ask officers just to explain a little bit more on top of what Mr. Everson said in response to questions from public question time regarding some of the additional work we have done on viability, and without breaking any sort of commercial strategy or commercial confidentiality or sensitivities at this stage, perhaps just outlining a little bit of some of the extra work that we have collectively done and understanding we've gained regarding viability and how land value capture may work as we go through the next stage. In response to the points made about stewardship, and I appreciate this is something that is felt very strongly with all colleagues. We want to get this right. We want to get this right from the outset. Again, I don't quite share Councillor Luxford-Vaughan's view on that. I think the DPD document and additional documents do paint a very good picture of the high level of ambition we set for the stewardship model regarding this emerging development. Again, at this stage, I think we can have confidence in the position we have on that. Mr. Chairman, nothing else to add now, but just would be grateful on your indulgence just for a little bit of additional commentary from officers around those points. But once again, immense thanks and tribute paid to all those who have been actively involved in the production of this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cunningham, and thank you for your kind remarks. Mr. Guyver.
Thank you, Chairman. If you don't mind, Chair, I would like to invite Mr. Smith, our consultant advisor, to speak a little bit about the additional work on viability.
Mr. Smith, welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I could say a few words around the extra work we've done. Obviously, viability and deliverability is one of the key issues that was tested through the Section 1 process. So this is not a new challenge or question. We all know how rigorous the process that Mr. Clues put the councils through in testing the viability of the schemes and resulted in the Tendring Colchester borders being found sound and deliverable. But we all recognise that the market and the position has changed in just 2 years. Lots of things have happened since then. So the councils took the view to refresh all of that evidence base, and they brought in a new consultancy, Gerald Eve, who are regarded property surveyors who've looked at this kind of work for various local plans and comparable sites. So they came in and did a review of the viability work, updated it to present day costs and values. We know the market has changed since then, very much attention at the moment on cost inflation, but prior to that there's been quite a lot of growth in house prices as well. That aligned with extra work on infrastructure, things like the transport work in the evidence base. There's a specific document around the transport mitigation that's required that sets out various packages of measures, not just in respect the amount of conversation we've had around the link road funding element. There's a lot of extra costs in there related to public transport service subsidies, getting sustainable movement, fitting it into walking and cycling networks and improvements across the board. So there's a specific evidence-based document on that. There's a broader piece of work that draws together all of the infrastructure and sets out position on its cost, delivery and phasing. So there's an infrastructure, delivery, phasing and funding plan that's in the evidence base that puts all that together. And all of that material has come into the viability work that Gerald Eve have done on behalf of the councils. And it relates a bit to a comment from Councillor Luxford-Vaughan around the comprehensiveness of the evidence base. That does include, the viability work includes all of those infrastructure costs that are assessed as being required to mitigate the impacts of the development. That includes elements like new education, so up to 5 primary schools, a new secondary school, totalling of about 93 million in that costing work. There's over 100 million for transport works, of which 21 million is the link road, but as I said, there are various other transport works within that. There's other allowances for health and wellbeing hub, for community centres, for sports centres, for support to the stewardship model, for support for economic growth. So there's a huge number of costs that are included, which you would traditionally capture through this process, through the Section 106 agreement approach, which has been mentioned before as the mechanism to capture value. So whilst the garden community principle is clear that it's land value capture, and that looms large, the way to do it through this kind of process is using the tools that are available to the planning system, and that is the Section 106 agreement with the developers to secure developer contributions to ensure the delivery of all of that infrastructure. And the total amount in the documents that are there for things like education, transport, health, all the other aspects would be approximately £275 million worth of developer-funded infrastructure works. So that is the element that's captured through land value capture. And that's also in addition to the 99.9 million that you've also captured from central government in terms of upfront funding of infrastructure. So the proposals in front of you have already addressed a degree of capturing value out of government, and land value capture would be addressed through Section 106 agreements moving forward.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Smith. Did you wish to come back, Councillor Cunningham?
No, thank you, Mr Chairman. Thank you, but I really appreciate that from the officers.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Bush, did you wish to speak? Please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, firstly, I'd like to thank the officers for a very comprehensive and clear presentation this evening, which sort of it demonstrates the diligence and the commitment that we've seen over these last, well, since the concept of this being developed, and also to underpin and substantiate this draft DPD we've got in front of us tonight. And the Regulation 19 recommendation to respective authorities needs to be recognised and applauded for their hard work. I mean, equally, I really thank the participation from the public to show both sides, the pros, the cons, the risks, the benefits, and those in all aspects in the Crocklefield Heath, in the Wivenhoe area, and I've sort of got a better understanding of some of those issues. But some of the points that come through more than anything is obviously it is the link road and the actual certainty of the link road. And I think what Councillor Luxembourg said about an MOU and the paper that it written, as it it's substantial, it's about commitment and honourability. I'd like to think that having listened to all this debate tonight, I'll revert back to the division and the inspiration that's set out from the garden communities. And particularly, the adoption of Section 1 was endorsed by the inspector. We know this, so Tendring Garden Community Project is a vision that's been established by many to develop and create, as the words, it's create and live, breathe, work and grow for future generations in a unique way. And this is a unique opportunity. And we have this funding that's now available to us, which is time-bounded. And to actually put delays in there now, I feel puts the whole scheme potentially risk or derail. I have concerns. I have concerns with regarding the infrastructure and with the transportation. And also feel that the last time we went to consultation, it was very poor to the public. And what we've seen here tonight is comprehensive presentations. We need to make certain that when we go out to consultation this time, we've got plenty of time to get all these comments on board for the good, for the bad, to go forward to the inspector and for the inspector to decide. But I think on the evidence and the documentation that I've seen, I can't see a reason to delay it, because ultimately it's going to go to consultation, it's going to be in front of an inspector, and that is where the decision is made. There is a lot of challenges we're facing coming along. We've had them already, and we're still going to continue to get issues with funding. But one thing is for certain, when we look back in our own environments, we don't know what's happening in 10, 15, 20 years in our local environment. Look at Colchester back 10, 15, 20 years ago. Colchester played at Layer Road. Who would have thought they would be up at the stadium? Who would have thought the Link Road, the new retail parks, the job opportunities, the apartments that are built all around the Hive, bringing business to the area? That has changed. Did we envisage that? And I think we're in a position now to grasp this opportunity, to take it forward, because I don't know what's going to be in 15, 20 years' time. And what do we all know? We've got political influences, economic influences, and they will change the development. But what's important, with all the work that's being done by the officers and from the members that have been following this right from it, we should really put this forward for recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Bush. Mr Guyver? No, you're not going to follow that. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Wagland, I'll take you after. Would you like to have some? No. Councillor Wagland, the floor is yours, as always.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I'd just like to say, in addition to absolutely endorsing what has been said about the quality of the work that's been done by the officers, I did just want to say that I think that's one of the best debates from the floor that I've heard in a very, very long time. And as one or two of you know, I've been involved in real estate developments and particularly planning for more years than I'd like to think about, and certainly more than 40. So from my point of view, you may take that as an accolade. I was enormously impressed at the level of comment. I'm only going to add a few things because it will be clear which way I'm going, in the sense that I think this is an opportunity, and I think it's one that we should be grabbing with all the hands that we've got available to do, including those who come from the more pessimistic end of the spectrum and whose hands are going to be very much needed, as I think was just indicated at the end of this row. For me, I think the key factors here are that we are looking at dealing with this on a policy basis. I hold the Cabinet position in Essex for looking at what we're doing around the country in relation to developments, including the garden communities. And I think we've set up a wonderful platform from which this can work. But I think without that policy basis, every day you go makes you incredibly vulnerable. Miranda Connell, I think it was, made this point probably better than I'm about to. But I don't think I can say that more, any less strongly. I regularly attend places where the inspector has thrown out all the highway proposals. I go to places where we have developments that are going forward where it's absolutely impossible to corral that development, to have the sort of level of control that this proposal is going to give us, because of the lack of a policy background. So the DPD, I think it's really good to mention, is seriously important in that process. And the way in which this is being done and the timescale and so on looked, I thought, sensationally good to me. I appreciate, as with all things, it's very difficult to believe in that sort of scale of work in planning because it has this reputation for being a dinosaur and moving at not the speed of light. But I think this is an example of just how you do it when you grab it by the scruff of the neck and deal with it. I did want to mention that we did, in Essex County Council, a survey of the youth of Essex as to what their priorities were. When we survey older generations, we do tend to get potholes at the top of the list, but the youth of Essex said resoundingly jobs and homes. Health and well-being was next on their list. And we never, of course, in planning properly ever hear from the people who are going to occupy these. We don't hear from our children. I have a brand new 3-week-old grandchild. I'm thinking seriously about that longer-term future and how that will work. I would like to say that I think it's also worth remembering that there are people who have been convinced by what we're saying. Homes England are convinced, for example, not always the easiest task to do, so impressive, I think, and therefore some of the concerns, I think we should look at the calibre of people and investigation that's been done when we're looking at how pessimistic or optimistic we should be. I probably get more complaints in my postbag about the fact that when we're looking at infrastructure, we tend to do things sequentially. So we deal with one problem, and then we start moving and think we'll be able to get it done, but there's another problem. If we deal with problems consecutively, 40 years of practice tells me in this business of ours that that's the way in which you actually are able to move things to a successful conclusion. Bearing in mind my legal background, it won't surprise you, Chair, that I did want to say something about the MOU. MOUs are not legally binding. For good reason they are an agreement to agree. Most lawyers hate the idea of agreements to agree, but this is a step on the road to the Section 106. And it is a crucial one because otherwise you could get into your negotiations on the Section 106 and everybody would fall out of bed. This is the route to getting there. And the idea that it doesn't actually have much teeth behind it, I think, is always a misunderstanding of the role of reputation in the context of people signing up to something that they are ambitious for. And I would also, wearing my lawyer's hat, I comprehensively disagree with Councillor Luxford-Vaughan on compulsory purchase, and I think we need to be very careful how we talk about compulsory purchase, but Essex has a very long and successful track record of dealing with that in a fair and balanced way, and I would expect nothing more, nothing less than that for my officers. So for me, I think this is a great opportunity, and I would just like to say, in addition, that I was recently with one of the highway ministers, roads ministers, who was talking to me about how impressed he was by the number of schemes that we were dealing with at Essex, where we had a very broad consensus. And it became very clear to me, rather to my surprise, that there are an awful lot of people who are putting forward schemes to government where there isn't that sort of level of consensus. And it strikes me that they're the ones who are most at risk in terms of being able to secure other funding sources. I think the consensus we have here is important, and I think it's been hard fought for, hard won, and I am very, very impressed with everything that I've heard today on that front. So for me, this is something I think which we should all be proud of. We should all be able to move forward. We should be able to pull everything together and get the proper policy background, and we should be working really hard to make sure we can reassure our communities that it will be something to be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Wagland. No comment from the officers. I wouldn't expect it. No. And I'll leave Councillor King as the last speaker, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank all the previous speakers because it's the combination of how, from the audience of around this table, that we contribute, that we get the sort of whole rounded sense of what we're about. And I, play back to Councillor Leslie Wagland. That was a great capture for me, that the strength that we have, the thing that will get us through the difficulties that lie ahead, is the fact that despite the differences so articulated today as before, we are here, we have made huge progress on this, the one viable scheme, thank goodness it is, and we've got an extraordinary volume of work done at pace across the three councils, and it's that quality of relationship between our officers, Leslie, as much as anything else. It's, as you've said, Tom, it's our relationship too, but it's the sum of it all that improves our ability to overcome difference, because there will be challenges, they will lie ahead. But for my part, the quality of the work and the debate is welcome, but I see us in an acceptable place relative to the challenges that we face, relative to the risks that we face. This is a relative judgment. I keep saying it because I remind myself, when I look at the things we could be concerned about, that what matters is where we are, alive to the process that lies ahead. I really do understand the reservations have been articulated in the room, and one of the things I know that officers will do is to take away those that they can as points of detail and or change, or adjustment that will come through consultation, to make sure they're thinking ahead of time about what they should do about the issues that have been raised. And they're important, the heritage point, that should be inclusive. I kind of noted that, as Andrea, you did. The point about green gaps, whatever the language for that they should be as inviolate as possible, that we're sat on a status, country park or otherwise, wherever we can, so we give confidence to the communities that what they see now as a bit of colour on the map is going to have real meaning when it comes to the lives they're going to lead in the years that lie ahead. There's lots in the way we deal with each other and the way in which we listen to each other that will reinforce, I think, public confidence. That's a creature lost that you don't regain easily. It's our job between us to make sure that we strike a balance that does our best to listen and then respond where we can. I'll leave that to them. There's some points of detail today about the RTS. I thought I understood that had been tested the last time I heard the conversation made about its ability to be delivered. No doubt we'll hear from officers if that's not the case. I have heard repeatedly, because I've asked the question myself, does the evidence match the proposition going forward, and I hear that it does. If it doesn't, it'll be a strange thing, would it not? This is a package of all that we know supporting our position as we go forward to the two councils, and then on into the inspection and consultation process. If we have any doubt about any of that, in the margins we should do it. But for me, this works. From what I can see, it's real achievement where we've needed it at pace. There's a quality proposition here that, for me, my reading does hit on the button, the garden community intent. I've got a nice home where I live, on the edge of a decent development. But if I had a choice, the challenge was a fair one, I'd be very interested to live in a place like this that provides a quality of life and living if done well. And perhaps I'll just conclude on that. There is a mosaic of relationships in this room, including Latimer and Clarion, which is fundamental to the trust that we have to have when we put it forward to our councils, and the trust we're asking fellow members who are not here if they're going to accept our recommendation, if that's our conclusion, that we proceed to consultation. And I think the way ahead for me will be that we have trust and verify. We have trust and hard working, that our Clarion friends are here, if they won't mind the public remark, because it's well intended, that we need to be thinking about step 2 on the MOU, to pick up the points made by Councillor Sunnick, so which we agree upon. We want at pace to make the best progress we can. We want that link road to be affirmed in terms of timing and delivery at best pace, because that's at the heart of many of the reservations that we're hearing that are not local in detail. But I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you very much to members and colleagues for your time. I think it's a fantastic set of working documents here, a very solid basis of going ahead, and it will follow that I will be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor King. Mr. Guyver?
Thank you, Chairman. I didn't know whether Mr. Heller wanted to just respond to the point on RTS.
So on the RTS point, obviously it's being delivered in phases. We've tendered and are delivering phase A. As was discussed a few weeks ago, the tender responses were positive. Of course, the costs of RTS are, there is a degree of risk built in, a degree of inflation built in, but obviously we will go out to tender for phase B and phase C, and at the moment we have every confidence that the scheme is deliverable. But as of course you would expect, because we have to be prudent in our comments, that until tenders come back, of course, we have to withhold judgment overall, but at the moment we're confident that the scheme absolutely can be delivered as defined.
Thank you. Did you wish to come back? No, fine. Right, thank you. For the avoidance of doubt, I shall read out the recommendations set out again before us on page 20 and the 2 additional ones. I shall then call for the vote, and in conjunction with comments from Councillor Luxford and my own thoughts as well, I'll be calling for a name vote, and Mr. Weavers will be calling your name, and you can respond for, against or abstain. The recommendation before us on page 20 is that Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community Joint Committee 1 notes the content of this report, which represents the submission version of the plan for the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community, otherwise known as the Development Plan Document, or DPD. Appendix 1, Associated Sustainability Appraisal, Appendix 2, so along with Strategic Master Plan and other related evidence listed as background documents, which together address the legal requirements of the planning system and the tests of soundness set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, having regard to the comments received in response to the 2002 Regulation 18 public consultation exercise. 2, recommends to full council of both Tendring District Council and Colchester City Council that they agree for the above-mentioned submission version of the plan, associated sustainability appraisal and other related evidence to be published for 6 weeks consultation in line with Regulation 19 of the Town and Country Planning, Local Planning, England, Regulation 2012, as amended. Regulation 13 of the Environment Assessment of Plans and the Programme Regulations, and thereafter submitted to the Secretary of State in line with Regulation 21 of the Town and Country Planning, Local Planning, England, Regulations 2012, to begin the process of independent examination. 3, that full council authority is sought for the Garden Community Planning Manager in consultation with the TDC Director of Planning, the Colchester City Council Executive Director of Place, and the Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden Community Joint Committee, to be given delegated authority to make any minor editorial changes to the text maps in the submission version of the DPD, and to make necessary updates and additions to the evidence base ahead of the publication, ahead of their publication for the public consultation. 4. Notes the proposed activity of Regulation 19 submission version plan consultation. 5. Notes the representations received following the cancellation of the joint committee meeting of the 13th of December 2022. The 2 additional items are: number 6, welcomes the completion of the Memorandum of Understanding, which is intended to govern the relationship of the collaboration and cooperation between the councils, Latimer, and in relation to the delivery of both phases at the earliest opportunity of the A120, A133 link road, which will support the development of the garden community. And finally, number 7, recommends that officers from the councils work with Latimer to explore the possibility of entering into an agreement which would detail how the parties would work collaboratively for the duration of the project, delivering the vision for the future of the garden community. That is what before us. Mr. Weaver.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Bray.
4.
4. Councillor Bush.
4.
4. Councillor Cunningham.
4.
4. Councillor Luxford-Vaughan.
I can agree to all recommendations apart from 2, so it's going to have to be an against.
Against. Councillor Wagland.
4.
4. Councillor Young.
4.
4. The Vice Chairman. That's you, Councillor King.
Wake up, King. 4.
4. And the Chairman.
4. And I'm afraid I failed to ask for a proposer and seconder. If I may, do you still require that? Ian, yes. Yes,
Yep.
right. Proposer, Councillor Bush.
Seconded.
Thank you very much. Sorry it's backwards. But anyway, that's that done. Right.
That's carried, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
7
you.
votes for
Thank
and
you.
1 against.
Thank you very much indeed. And thank you all very much. That was a marathon. Now, hopefully, on to something that won't be quite as long. We go to the back of this vast document. And in fact, yes, certainly. Yeah. My Vice Chairman has suggested, Mr. Ford, would you be prepared to note that Councillor Luxford-Vaughan was in favour of 6, but was against number 2, and therefore had to vote against?
I'm not quite sure that's what Councillor Luxford-Vaughan indicated, so if you could repeat, please.
I think it's academic because I can't vote for all of the recommendations. What I was trying to point out is obviously I note certain things because it would be ridiculous to suggest I couldn't note something. But as a group of recommendations, I am voting against.
Fine. Thank you very much. Duly noted. Right, now we go to page 535, I believe. Yep, 535. This is an update on the emerging approach to the stewardship for the Tendring Colchester Borders Garden community. I'll hold fire while those not interested in this exciting part of the agenda leave. Yeah, I know. Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, don't we have to have the presentation first? Yeah. The recommendation before us, I shall read that out as again as I did before and afterwards, before we go to the vote, that the TCB-GC Joint Committee notes the emerging approach to stewardship set out in this report, and 2, approves the emerging stewardship principles as the foundation for future stewardship and planning. And at that stage, I call on, I think, Mr. Downs, please, to give us the presentation. Then I will call on 3 speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be as brief as possible, given where we are this evening. There are a few points I would like to emphasise and raise with the committee. So I'll quickly go over what stewardship is, why it's important, some background to stewardship at the garden community, how stewardship is represented in the DPD, and then I'll introduce some emerging stewardship principles, which are also referenced in the DPD, and then just set out an indicative pathway for progressing stewardship arrangements in the future as part of the planning process. So what is stewardship and why is it important? Well, as we've heard already, the councils have signed up to implementing the Town and Country Planning Association Garden City Principles, of which stewardship is one. So it's always been a principle that the councils have embedded into the planning of the garden community. When I talk about stewardship, I like to talk about how stewardship is placekeeping as opposed to placemaking, which is something we do as part of the master planning process. So it's all well and good designing a fantastic new settlement, and making sure we have the right arrangements in place to maintain it in the future is critical. At the heart of all stewardship approaches is embedding local ownership and control over place for the benefit of the community. And it's important to iterate as well that it's more than just estate management, and I'll come back later to that in my presentation. So as some background, as I mentioned, the TCPA Garden City Principles have very much been at the heart of the council's approach. That was taken forward as part of the North Essex Garden Communities Charter, and some further work was carried out in stewardship some years ago as part of that programme. That was then integrated into Section 1 of the Shared Local Plans, so that included the high-level policy on stewardship, and that was then taken forward in the draft DPD last year, which was subject to further consultation, and also there was some targeted engagement as well carried out by prior and partners and their associates on visioning for the garden community. Some of those responses to that engagement is included in the report. So within the DPD, the policy builds upon that earlier work that I mentioned, including the Section 1 policy and the responses that we received as part of those that engagement work. So we have a strong policy position at an early stage of planning. I know we've been planning the garden community for some time now, but we still are at the plan-making stage, and having a strong policy position puts us in a very good position for the future when we come to negotiate planning applications. We also reference some emerging principles in the policy, in the supporting text, and again, that strengthens the council's position when it comes to future negotiations, because we can start to really set out what we mean by stewardship, which is important because stewardship can mean different things to different people. So by defining it at this early stage, we can start to focus discussions. Also, it's worth pointing out, not in the DPD itself, but in the planning evidence for the DPD, the viability work does include planning contributions towards stewardship activities. Again, that's something that we don't normally see at this stage of planning. So having those sorts of discussions early on, again, put us in a good position when we try to negotiate 106s in the future. So I mentioned some principles which included a reference in the plan. The 7 of them, I'll briefly go through them with you. So first off, stewardship will be really important to achieve a high quality of place. We all know that within the garden community we have very high expectations for public realm and open space, so making sure we put in place stewardship arrangements which are capable of maintaining them will be critical. The stewardship body should also manage a number of different assets, and by a range I mean inevitably some of the assets will be cost-bearing. So balancing that with assets which are capable of generating income will be important. The next principle, just promoting community identity and cohesion. So this is really important, I think, to go further than just estate management, but also have a function to help new residents integrate into the community. So we know from experience, not locally, but on a national level, where new settlements are planned and delivered, it can be a real issue for new residents moving in. They can feel isolated because they don't necessarily have access to established social networks. So having a body that is able to help and support new residents will be really beneficial. And the next principle, professionalism and entrepreneurship, so making sure the stewardship body has the right skills available and the right capacity. We've heard earlier this evening about how much will change over the build-up period of the garden community. So making sure that stewardship arrangements are able to react to changing circumstances, again, we'll make sure that it flourishes in the future. Our link to that is to make sure that the arrangements put in place are financially sustainable. So we want to make sure that the body has, or bodies have, the right balance of assets, and they are able to secure income from multiple means, preferably, and not be over-reliant on service charges. To be accountable and well-governed, this should perhaps be at the start of the principles, making sure we have a body that is transparent and accountable, and also seen to be transparent and accountable will be really important. And finally, to be adaptable and to follow an incremental approach. So again, we know that there'll be much that will change over the build-out period. We're not looking to be too prescriptive with the stewardship arrangements from the outset, but acknowledge that they will evolve as the garden community evolves over some significant time periods. So what we set out in the report is an indicative pathway to progressing stewardship arrangements. So what we have at the moment is a strong policy foundation in DPD, which is backed by some of the evidence base as well that I mentioned. That, combined with some emerging stewardship principles, will set out our ambition and help focus discussions in the future. They can also perhaps set the basis for future MOU with the developers, again to help clarify with stakeholders exactly where we're going in stewardship. But the point I'd really like to emphasise is that this is a collaborative and iterative process. There will be lots of different stakeholders involved. We have to work with the developers closely to make sure we find a solution that's mutually beneficial. So as we embark on the pre-application and application discussions over the coming months, working closely with a variety of stakeholders would be critical. In summary, the points I just raised, we have a robust policy in the shared local plans. Much work was carried out earlier on as part of the NEGC programme. So that knowledge is all banked amongst officers, which will be useful in the future. And the DPD then builds upon and strengthens the council's position for having strong policy requirements. And so when we look at other schemes that are of a similar scale around the county, where we are at TCB compares very favourably having that policy position in place. And again, just to emphasise finally, it is an iterative process. There will be lots to discuss over the coming months and years, but where we are at the moment puts us in a very good position for those discussions. That's all I wanted to say for the introduction, but obviously can take questions afterwards.
Open it up. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Downs. Any questions? Councillor Wackland. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. Hang on, I've got it wrong again.
Yes, sir.
We got three speakers first. I do apologise. Mr. Edwards, please. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry, I couldn't see you there. You were hiding. The camera was in the way. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Given the critical importance of good quality estates management and stewardship to the long-term success of communities, we thought it important to reinforce our commitments to the members in this area. Mr. Downs has presented a number of principles around stewardship, and I can confirm that Latimer support all of these. Latimer is the development arm of Clarion Housing Group, the UK's largest landlord. We provide homes for more than 350,000 people and operate in over 170 local authorities. We've been doing this for more than 100 years and provide homes for those most in need in our society. We are long-term members of the communities in which we operate, and this new community will be no different. Indeed, it is the long-term opportunity here that is the reason for our involvement and excitement around the opportunity that this project presents. Latimer, along with Clarion Housing Association and our charitable foundation Clarion Futures, will be long-term partners and stewards here. Latimer expects to directly deliver around 2/3 of the homes in this new community throughout the development life cycle of the project, which, as we've heard, could be up to 30 years. Clarion Housing Association will own and operate all of the affordable homes delivered in the new community, at least 30% of these homes, including those homes delivered by third parties on serviced parcels. And that ownership and operation will be in perpetuity. Clarion Futures runs one of the country's biggest social investment programmes, generating more than £100 million in social value every year. Futures currently manage a portfolio of around 50 community assets on behalf of the communities in which they are located, and we would expect this to be the case here. Given that we are here for the long term, the quality and success of the place is absolutely mission critical to our business, and we take these responsibilities very seriously. We have over 100 years of valuable experience in estates management and stewardship, but we recognise that this community is special and will require careful consideration to make sure that we jointly deliver the best possible strategy for stewardship. So we want to learn from other communities. We want to understand best practice, and we want to tailor a bespoke solution for this extraordinary new place. Ultimately, the strategy will evolve and grow and change as the community grows over the coming decades. It needs to empower and embolden future residents to be involved in their place, creating a strong and cohesive community. To achieve this, the strategy will need to be inextricably linked to the design of the place and the assets that will form a key part of it. For these reasons, we expect the final strategy to only be established once the design process is complete. Notwithstanding this, and as mentioned earlier, we are hoping to prepare a hybrid planning application for submission next year, with a developed stewardship strategy a key part of that application. Therefore, members will have opportunities to review and influence these proposals as they develop, and indeed have ultimate sign-off through the planning application process. To conclude, Latimer and Clarion Housing Group are long-term stakeholders and stewards in this new place, and we absolutely share the members, officers and community's interests in ensuring that strategies are in place to ensure its long-term success in line with Garden City principles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards. Much appreciated. Mr. Marshall. Has he left me? Ah, I think you're right. I'll email him. Thank you very much. Ardley Parish Council, Ms. Fletcher. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
I hope I'm not going to need 5 minutes, but that's really interesting. I'm really grateful for the presentation and the additional background information. The document provides these sort of general commitments and principles. When we as a council were looking at it, we felt that there were some confusion and uncertainty, and I guess some possibilities of things being read in different ways. But one of the things that we think is clear, although perhaps not explicit, is that, and apologies if I'm stating the obvious, but that the existing parish and other council boundaries are almost inevitably going to have to change as a result of this process. And whether that comes within stewardship or not, I think we just wanted to make it known that we've spotted that, if you see what I mean, and that we therefore want to be part of the future discussions. We have actually, almost at every stage, obviously known that and asked questions about it, and it's generally been sort of pushed away. So I was a bit surprised to see that there were some references to the kind of governance side of things within the consultation feedback, and the reference just now to some targeted engagement around those issues. I think it's really, really important that the parish councils are directly and explicitly and immediately involved in these discussions. So we're glad to see that it's being put into a more formal place, but we really do want a commitment to including the existing parishes. I mean, as was clear from the earlier discussions, we're representing a number of residents who are already living within these communities. So far, some of them have, for example, expressed a desire to stay within Ardley. And I wouldn't want it to be assumed that, well, neither that we're being pessimistic or NIMBYist or kind of wanting to hold on to things exactly as they are, because nothing could be further from the truth. But equally, it shouldn't be assumed that we should be cut out of the picture completely. And there's probably lots of different ways in which these models can be developed in the future. So please involve us, and we're very keen to have an active role.
I share your concerns, and I have done from day one. Thank you. I start out as a town councillor first and foremost. Thank you very much indeed. Our Chief Executive Officer of Tendring District Council would like to answer some of those questions raised by Ms. Fletcher. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair, and thank you for that. And I think that it's a really important question, but there is a number of different ways which, in theory, a review could be stimulated. But I think one of the key things is that there would be consultation, and it's required to be consultation with any parish council and community which would be affected. So simple answer to your question, yes, you very much would be a part of that, and whether that therefore is whether it's a change to the boundaries or whether the community has a different type of stewardship, it's down the line, but it is certainly something which you would be a part of.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Davidson. Mr. Guyver, did you wish to say anything? No? Any of the officers wish to? Yes, certainly Mr. Downs.
Yeah, just to say, I think it's a really good example of the sorts of discussions that would need to take place. Whether or not a new parish council would be suitable or not is something we need to discuss. For example, in Chelmsford, they have a garden community being developed there, and they've chosen to go down that route of forming a new parish council. Clearly, there's lots of things to take into account here that are different there from there. In particular, the fact that a lot of the area is already parished, so we'd have to make sure we work really closely with those parish councils and town councils when we come to finalise the exact legal basis and structure of the stewardship bodies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Downs. Any other questions or answers? No, thank you. Right, Councillor Wakeland.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. This is, of course, where we start to talk about what it would be like to live in this community. That's why the last speaker, and thank you very much, was talking about the contribution that existing people in the community can offer on that, exactly that sort of point. And yes, I vigorously endorse what Mr. Downs has said on that. I was pleased to hear Latimer Clarion saying this is special. I was pleased to hear them saying that they want to learn and understand best practice and that they're looking for a bespoke solution. I think it's also good news that they are in this for the long term. That's always a good place to be. Those who are sitting over there are now going to sigh heavily because they've heard me say this before, but I shall continue to say it until I have eliminated this particular problem, and I would love to have it as part of the recording. So, there are two things which at the moment are cascading into my inbox in relation to stewardship. The first one is the situation where a management company which has no funding other than payments for residents finds itself for some reason or another unable to recover those monies, and the consequence of that is complete disaster for those involved. That disaster in some circumstances is made all the more complete by a process called a rent charge. A rent charge that goes by other names, but essentially it is a provision which I think is almost unique now in English law, under which it is possible for a resident, including a freeholder, to lose their home if they do not pay a service charge, even if that sum is not properly payable. And I'm now on my 6th person who has been approached by their bank or building society in relation to totally elsewhere developments, but have been approached by them and told that they must pay this sum that they consider is not properly recoverable from them, on the basis that if they don't, their property will be forfeit. In a landlord and tenant context, in the 1980s, I fought a case to prevent that being done to residential occupiers of flats. And a decade later, I did exactly the same for commercial premises. I never thought, I think, in my wildest dreams, to see it re-emerge, because it's a rather neat ruse for getting people to pay up rather than actually address the problems. One of the people who's in my inbox, the management company appointed a managing agent who ran off with the money. All those residents are having to repay that money because of the rent charge. I will, and you all know me, I try not to be too hyperbolic, but I will see this off the premises if it's the last thing I do. And I really want to make that very clear. I was recently at a developers function. We were having a conversation about it. The Essex Developers Group are very much onto this, thank goodness. But we were having a conversation, and a couple of developers who hadn't caught the beginning of the conversation and didn't know who I was mentioned they'd found this wonderful means of securing payment of the service charges. And I waited, and sure enough, it was a rent charge. So forgive me for taking up this committee's time, but could I just mention that in Chelmsford, they have put words into their planning documents to prevent this particular thing. I don't like doing things that are that specific very often, but I think this is just one of those examples where we could stop it in its tracks as a remedy, which I think is completely inappropriate to a modern civilised society. So thank you very much for the time, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Wagner. I gather I've just been pointed. I'm going to hand over to our Chief Executive, to Ian Davidson.
Thank you. No, Councillor Wagner, it's an extremely good point, and it's an and I've heard of this before. Can I refer you to page 537 at the top in the paragraph financial sustainability, and it actually says with rent charges not being imposed on residents. So just to capture that it is actually in the documentation. But for you to raise it and ask the question, is it there, so it can be pointed out it is a very important point, because it is, we have seen that has an awful impact on people's lives otherwise. But it is page 537, paragraph 1, penultimate line.
Ian, I could just point out I should read the documents with more care.
I apologise.
Albeit that it may be that I have, I just wanted to read it into the record.
Anyway. I'd never ever seen that, Councillor Wagner. Councillor Andrew Laxford-Vaughan.
Thank you, Chairman. I celebrate the fact that I'm absolutely on the same page as Councillor Wagner on this particular issue. I'm happy to sign the recommendations because they're about noting the work that's done, which shows great progress from where we have been in the past. However, Section 1 policy specifies that the stewardship model needs to be part of the DPD. So a question to officers, is there time between now and putting the consultation out to complete this work? Also, another compliment, the infrastructure phasing work and the viability evidence does give very clear parameters of what infrastructure will be included and how they will be included in the community. So we have all the evidence to base a stewardship model on, but what is missing is the governance structure. And although I'm more than happy to work with Latimer because clearly they have experience of producing stewardship models, I'm not happy to give control to them. Therefore, it needs to be included in the DPD. Another garden community principle is strong political leadership, which means that we need to make the decisions and answer the questions of people like the lady from Ardley Parish Council. Not only is it really important to this, their future planning depends on it, because if you take away the precept that they currently charge for residents in that thing, they will have less funding for their parish. It needs to be specified, and by us. That is what we said we would do in Section 1 policy. So the question remains, do we have time to do it before the consultation goes out?
Thank you very much, Councillor Andrew Laxford-Vaughan. Mr. Guyver.
Thank you, Chairman. Amy has just checked the content of the Section 1 local plan, and I don't know if you'd like to just run through the relevant point of that for clarity.
Yes, so Section 1, the policy within Section 1 plan is SP8. that states that there should be establishment at an early stage in the development of the garden community of appropriate and sustainable long-term governance and stewardship arrangements for community assets. It doesn't say that that has to be agreed at the DPD stage of policy development.
Do you wish to come back?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, I don't have time to go back to the reference that I've got, but I have definitely highlighted on some page that it says it needs to be part of the DPD. So, question remains.
Mr. Downs?
Yeah, just to emphasise something I was trying to get across earlier, there's still so many questions that need to be asked, that need to be answered as part of the stewardship discussions that will take place as part of the application process. Ultimately, the stewardship body structure and its legal basis needs to reflect its activities, its roles, the sorts of assets that it looks after. And we're not at that stage yet. We don't have an understanding of the detailed asset schedule. So it will be too early to be too prescriptive over the particular legal structure. But that's something that will naturally come forward as we understand more about the sorts of activities that the body can take on in the future. So we think at this stage we're in a really good place. We just heard from the developer that they have experience that we can leverage. We're not suggesting that Latimer completely take over stewardship, but you know, they have a huge amount of experience in this area, and it would be silly not to make the most of that. So I think we're at a good stage in the process in terms of the amount of detail that we have, and naturally that detail will come forward in due course.
So is the answer no? There isn't time to do it before the consultation goes out?
At this stage, we don't think that we have to. We think we've got enough detail here in the DPD that will put us in a good position to negotiate good stewardship arrangements in the future.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Bush.
Yeah, I'd be interested to sort of learn more some of the models that Latimer have got working, because we've still not seen that, to see if any of it could be matched, merged, or work in partnership with them to sort of take control of the stewardship in a sort of a proactive way.
There are some in the body of the text, but also, Councillor Bush, we are. There is a suggestion that before the elections that the committee goes off and has a look at various other, in particular Letchworth, to see how they run themselves. Letchworth, I gather Milton Keynes, which I do know very little about. So I think there's plenty of time still to find out a bit more, so that we can, and the officers obviously bring papers to us with more detail as and when they can and when it is appropriate. Do I have Councillor King?
Just a few points. So first of all, this conversation around what we have to do when bedevils the whole of the meeting in some respects. So here we have clarity, as I understand it. The only reference I've seen here to an obligation is one that you've mentioned, SP8. But could you do that cross-check, and if necessary, add a note to the notes? I'm going to assume it's as you've just said, but if you, Amy, and colleagues could just cross-check, that'd be helpful for clarity. Yeah.
And bring it back to us.
Subject to that, my take is the same, that we have filled a gap here, thank goodness, let's be honest. We've got a document of some quality in terms of principles. I see no objections to it. There's some useful tale for those who haven't had a chance to read it, examples of what we're going to do, and there's a clear set of next steps. So all of that, I think, will work well. I'd just like to say to our colleagues in Ardley and elsewhere, for my part, I favour a cooperative model, because the garden community is going to have lots of impacts upon others. Whether or not they're great isn't the point, but the sense of concern about what will happen when, to ensure that we're locked together with local communities. I think stewardship has to, from beginning to the end, enshrine in some form that cooperative, boundary, cross-boundary relationship. It's the best of what we do, and in terms of stewardship for such an important, slowly growing, year-on-year neighbour for existing communities, you have to be, if I can say this from my view, you have to be embedded into this. That's my position, it's my encouragement for officers, but they'll work through it. But they need to work through it with yourselves and your counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to Councillor King. Any other questions? Nope. Right. The recommendation before us is that the TCBGC Joint Committee, 1, notes the emerging approach to stewardship set out in this report, and 2, approves the emerging stewardship principles as a foundation for the future stewardship planning. May I have a proposer, please? Councillor Bray, and a seconder, Councillor Cunningman. All those in favour, please show. That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you all for tonight, particularly to the public, for telling us about their concerns and ideas. Yeah, I've got that. Have we got ANOB on this? There will be. I don't think so. Yeah. No. I'll hand it over to you in a moment, Councillor King. Before I go through all that spiel, Councillor King.
Chair, just on behalf of members and officers and the public, just want to say, if this is, as we think, your final session, on behalf of all of us, just say a huge thank you. You know, it's great fun, isn't it, being in a room through a long evening, but it's all the marshalling and playing your part alongside colleagues in leading us through the last year. None of this is easy for anyone here who's contributed to it, but a huge thank you from us to you for your year as chair.
Thank you all very much indeed. Most unexpected and most welcome. May I just say thank you again to the public for telling us about their concerns and ideas, our officers for all the work and the inter-authority working arrangements that they have created and honed. To the members of this committee, past and present, who have read, understood the very large agendas, the briefing, and given the time to visit other similar projects, the behind-the-scenes work, study and investigation to try to make the TCBGC unique. I will leave the chair in the capable hands of Councillor King for the next meeting. There are elections in May, and I wish all those standing success, and I do hope to see you afterwards. Thank you all very much indeed, and I close the meeting at 22:01.